power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already!
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Get him, get him. Oh!
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tự quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
EVOS cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dwaz also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they shot good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Griza.
Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, fan-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. One misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only one team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. One winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams as well as the 18th team compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad Mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad Mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS Divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again, with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tự quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
để boss cũng tiếp cận thôi.
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and that also have been taken out. And now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United Esports. See?
Cheetah Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English, don't understand Thailand, and they not good.
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025. 1 misstep and you're out. Week 4, only the strong survive. Day 1, top 12 from Phase 1 compete in 6 matches. Only 1 team advances to the grand final. Day 2 and 3, the remaining 11 teams battle alongside underdogs ranked 13th and 14th. 1 winner per day advances to the finals. Week 5, second chances. Days 1, 2, and 3, the same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates. Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand final, Champion Rush, last squad standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective, reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path, victory or nothing. New feature, live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? challenge your limits.
Manage the gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS divide. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tụi Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
để boss cũng tiếp cận thôi
There you go, there you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning shot towards him, making sure that he couldn't assist his own teammate, and Dwaz also have been taken out, and now on the axle left on just right above the rooftop, and a booyah goes towards the Buriram United eSports. See?
Gina Caroline still like doing work.
I understand English don't understand Thailand and they not good
Okay, he's not so good in Thai, but he's very good in English, guys.
Power boost. Just what a hero needs. Hello, Greaser. Stop trying to look cool and help out already.
In the ultimate test of skill and strategy, only the strongest will survive. Welcome to the arena where legends are forged. To claim victory, you must challenge your limits. This season's special features. This tournament introduces exciting new challenges, unique team skills, man-picked active skills for Clash Squad mode, champion rush format, randomized map order, total prize pool $378,000 US. Warriors will battle for glory and the ultimate reward. Tournament format. The tournament features two competitive modes, Battle Royale and Clash Squad. Battle Royale, 18 teams, knockout format with 2 phases. Clash Squad, 8 teams in a Swiss stage format. Both modes culminate in a grand finals where champions are crowned. Knockout stage. This is where the battle begins. Survival gets real. Phase 1, April 25 till May 11, 2025. 18 teams divided into 3 groups, A, B, and C, with 6 teams each. 3 weeks, 54 intense matches. Daily format. Group A versus Group B versus Group C. Top teams advance, the rest are eliminated. Phase 2, May 16 till June 11, 2025.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025. This is week 5, day number 2, and we only have a couple more of teams that would proceed straight to the slot for the grand finals. And big shout out as well to Red Bull, the official energy drink partner of FFWS Southeast Asia 2025. So grab yours today and hashtag get a taste for more. On the caster says, I am Neptune the General Garcia. Together with me is my brother, the Mustachio AJ.
I am so glad to be back, and I'm still sick, but man, oh man, I feel my energy, and I am pumped up with one good can of Red Bull. You're not going to see me flexing it, drinking it right now, because I already finished it, bro. I am ready to go. The other day, the last time I appeared here, it was Clash Squad. We are back into Battle Royale, and we are all back into the shenanigans of seeing exactly who is that #1 team. This phase 2 has been so exciting. Every single day has been like a grand finals where we are trying to see exactly who can be champion. And, you know, every single day we are shocked, right? I mean, yesterday, EVOS was the favorite to qualify, and they kind of stumbled. They didn't even get the second spot. Bigatron rose up to the occasion. Exciting stuff here, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one thing, you know, I mean, the phase 2 really gives that opportunity for the team. And we're only on the first part of phase 2. There's a lot more of opportunity once we get in next week. That will be the second part where everything still changes, but more opportunities for the remaining team. But as I did mention earlier, only 2 more remaining for this week. For today as well as tomorrow, and for our prediction, these are the teams that we're looking into that might be qualifying for the grand finals.
Now, okay, see, this is not my top 3 prediction. I'm not saying EVOS, GOW, and Bigatron are going to be in the #1, #2, and #3 spot. You see, I'm changing the rules here, all right? All the rules, Neptune, are my rules, all right? So my rule says these 3 teams are potentially, one of them are potentially going to qualify in that #1 spot today. But of course, we do hope to be shocked out there as well. We've got the Malaysians, we've got Vamos. Yesterday, they were, I don't know, I think they were taking a holiday. Maybe they fell asleep. Maybe they just ate one good nasi lemak with some rendang. And you know, they went tambah nasi. You know nasi lemak in Malaysia, right? It's cooked with coconut milk. Oh, dude, if you've ever had stuff with coconut milk, you know, you feel a little lethargic after that. You feel a little sleepy. You want to take a nap. Maybe that's what they ate, because I did not see the points out of Vamos yesterday. Today is the day where they redeem themselves, and maybe we have a breakout day.
Yeah, hopefully Vamos will be able to break out, because with Core Memory jumping in, they also have a challenge. But before we talk about that, let's talk about what everyone is aiming for. The prize pool right now, from the 378,000 that we have overall, most of it is coming from Battle Royale. $100,000 will be given to the champion. It goes down to 40,000 for the second, for the third and for the fourth, and it goes down drastically. But for those who are or who will be end up even on the 13th to the 18th, they will get that $3,000 and there's a few more side quests that we have here on a daily basis.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And obviously, those side quests, we will want to kind of tease these teams to see exactly who's going to be able to take that #1 spot. But in the YouTube chat, we are alive, are we not today? Welcome, Vietnam. Vietnam is alive. Everybody is hopping on in there, throwing in their comments. Xin chào, everyone. Xin chào. Much love to each and every single Vietnamese fan out there looking for the qualifier, looking for a Vietnamese team to pick up the #1 spot. See, both of us have got GOW, and once again, Vietnam, we do not think GOW is going to get #2, okay? We actually think GOW is one of the 3 teams who might make that qualifier this time round. We saw the fire in them yesterday, and I think they could just go all the way today. Certain conditions need to be met out there, Neptune. I mean, you and I have been playing a lot of Clash Squad, a lot of Battle Royale recently, and if there's one thing that plays its role, it is that freaking luck, bro. When you take that drop and what gun you find first, it really determines whether or not you're going to get knocked back to the lobby.
Exactly. Speaking of luck, I mean, that is also the factor that has been reduced in terms of phase 2. Because at some point when you are chasing for that top 12, you might get very lucky and then you exceeded the expectation and then you broke through the top 12. But now you have those chance that we have similar to what we've seen last week and this week. And then more to come next week because it's not up to luck anymore. You really need to grind hard to get to those placements.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, #1 spot gets you the booyah. Yes, Sasha stating the obvious today. #1 spot gets you the booyah. And it also walk away with 12 placement points. And that's exactly what everybody's looking for. It's not just about the eliminations. If you're not walking away with those precious placement points, you are probably going to miss your chance at getting that early qualifier. I mean, having that 1 week rest where you can just kick back and watch the other teams and maybe just scrim off against some of the other pro teams is going to be very, very valuable, right? But of course, the one unique active skill is still active here, pun intended. We are going to head on in there. We are not allowing any of those players to use multiple active skills of the same kind in one roster. So no more double, triple, quadruple Tatsuyas out there, and it has brought so much of flavor to the competition now.
And once we get into the grand finals, we do have the Champion Rush format wherein it might reach 10 games if in case the Champion Rush standard or activation will not be done. But for the teams who are going for the grand finals, they need to reach 80 points, and the next time that they grab the booyah, they will be declared the champions. But if no one gets that booyah, it will be depending on the overall #1 team from all the games that they will play. And also, we also have the LBS challenge, the live broadcast challenge, that will depend whether it's a battle points special challenge or elimination race. And I think for today we do have a point race between Team Vamos as well as Core Memory. So hopefully this is a motivation, but it seems like something that might prevent them from moving up a little bit further, because we've seen teams who are in this challenge that is literally challenging each other on Battlefield.
I mean, of course, right? And those kind of coincidences are very much possible out there. But today's team list, we welcome Core Memory to the battle. Core Memory is one of those teams where we expected to pop off and qualify like pretty much quick in the competition. They're from Thailand, and you know these Thai teams are built totally different. But, you know, Core Memory alongside AG Global, they still have not been able to find their best side just yet, Nep.
I see. I mean, for Core Memory, it seems like their averages in terms of rank is very, very low, or I would say very, very high, because they keep ending up either in 11th place, 12th place. It's around the 9.5. That is the average ranking that they are getting for each day of play. And hopefully that changed today, because they only have, if they don't make it today, they only have a couple more days to be able to get the #1 spot. But as I mentioned earlier, there's still that second part of phase 2.
Absolutely. So if you're going to ignore all of the other teams, we're only going to focus on Vietnam now. On your face, GOW, Team Flash. These two teams, they've showed us a lot of promise. Flash, I mean, they're very flashy, Neptune. We've seen them. When they hit hard, they hit really, really hard. We get shocked like, holy mama. Did Flash went a little crazy there. But, you know, consistency-wise, they haven't been able to continue all that too well. But GOW has been on the rise. Now, on the second page, you look at 3 other Vietnamese squads. You look at Heavy, you look at PE Sports, you look at WAG. And dude, the inconsistency has been heavy on my heart. But today, I hope a Vietnamese team can find that qualifier.
And speaking of inconsistency, I mean, we were thinking that WAG is a team that will be consistent, especially when we talk about Vietnam, and then GOW comes in. And then even Heavy will try to pop off at some point, but it's similar that from what we are seeing, especially from what we've seen from PE Sports recently. But it's a good thing from yesterday, they did pop off just a little bit, but not enough to be able to get a #1 spot. So we'll have to find out if anyone from Vietnam will be grabbing that #1 spot for today. They need to be consistent. They need to put in both strategy as well as mechanical skills together. That combination, that chemistry overall will give them those booyahs.
Absolutely, baby. Now, don't forget to hit that like regardless of the platform that you're tuning on into. Today is gonna be Vietnam's day, baby. I can feel it in my bones, but I also know there is a tiger crawling around out there, and this tiger is hungry. It wants to have a meal, and unfortunately, I hear the street food in Vietnam is really, really good, Nem. So, you know, these tigers, they might just go out there and pounce. We're talking about EVOS Divine. Yesterday, they almost did it a couple of times, but Bigatron kind of outshined them. And obviously, in the overall grand scheme of things, Virtus Pro proving how lethal they can be out there. But I'm expecting a big fight. AG Global, though, I don't know, man. Dew has just not been hitting the shots the way we need him to.
Yeah, it seems like there's a similarity between EVOS Divine and AG Global. It's more of the dependency on their snipers. So EVOS Divine, they have Razia. On AG Global, they have Dew. And if those two fall down, most of the time, they will be wiped out. So hopefully that dependency will be taken out. They can move along independently, and they can challenge a team, but will not too risky at that point. So still a strategic, but they need to stand on their own. Similar to what we've seen the top teams do, even on their own, they put up a challenge to everyone in front of them. And that is why they are like already on the grand finals.
Absolutely, man. And of course, this is going to be so exciting to watch. Team Core Memory as well. We welcome them to the list. WAG, hoy. These boys have been disappointing me, bro. I mean, WAG at the phase 1 part of the competition, they were very impressive. They were the best team from Vietnam, getting a total of 403 points. I mean, phenomenal performance from them, beating GOW by a few points, but still finding the qualifier into Clash Squad. That was what was so impressive about WAG, but they have not been shelving it quite well in BR to find that qualifier. In fact, some of these days, I expect them to be at the top of the leaderboard, but I see them somewhere at the bottom now.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough really for WAG. Not quite sure if that's something that they are really working on, or they're just waiting for next week to happen, because it's much easier to not to get top 6 compared to getting top 1. And you're talking about 3 days, and some of the teams right here are slow burning, but let's see if they will burn quite quickly, because as Core Memory will be introduced right now, they will be challenging Team Vamos with those number of points. So we're not just talking about elimination, we're talking about total points overall, placement and elimination.
No. The ante just got up. All right, now, in order for you and me and the whole world to see Yun Sul, Vietnam needs to score a couple of booyahs, bro. All right?
Oh, yeah.
Because if the Vietnamese squad do not score those booyahs for us, we will not be seeing Yun Sul the whole day, and that is a crime. But what's guaranteed is we get a little bit of Misa, we get a little bit of the uncles by the end of the day. But because obviously the battle of points, that's what I love the most, all right? The fact that we get to highlight these teams and they get to have some good fun towards the end of the day. It's been very, very pleasantly surprising that we pulled this off. And it's crazy as to how into this whole idea that these teams are. I mean, you know, we've seen the coaches wear, I believe, a skirt, We've seen them wear T-shirts that kind of flexes the other team on them. I mean,
Right.
it's really cute.
It is, especially the beauty challenge, the makeup
Really
on
cute.
them. It's really cute. And that's the thing, though. This changes, all these changes,
Yeah.
it adds more flavor to
Yeah.
the tournament. It adds more flavor to the competition. And we've seen as well, those teams who are in the challenge are really showing up. There
Yes.
are a few teams really that might be average, but once you put them in the challenge, because they don't want to lose, they don't want to be embarrassed in front of everyone, they
Yeah.
will do everything. And hopefully that is
Yeah.
a mindset every day, every match from all the teams.
Yeah, bro, but then you know what? I think these boys get a little bit too nervous. You know, the biggest problem with Vietnam is the fact that these boys lack self-confidence. No, seriously, this is the biggest problem that we've seen with the Vietnamese squads. They lack self-confidence, but when they do get confident, they are freaking monsters out there. So I really hope someone can go and like jolt all of them awake and tell them, just go out there and have some confidence in yourself and play a good damn god game of Free Fire, get a couple of booyahs, because they can do it. You remember the PE sports runs? Bro, they inspired everyone, but we don't see them anymore. But of course, speaking of seeing, we get the rotation of Nextera, Alpine, Bermuda, Kalahari, Purgatory, Solara this time round. Solara's going to be at the very end, but I'm looking forward to it now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the Solara has been quite different. Not a lot of teams, especially Core Memory, haven't experienced it yet against all these teams that are playing for today. And it is, well, another added flavor into Free Fire Battle Royale that is quite different because of the slide rails. I've used that plenty of times when I played Battle Royale, and it's quite awesome. Even in Clash Squad, it does show up, and it's more of an advantage that is being given for the players. So that will be towards the end of the day. But Nextera, this is before Solara has been introduced, and it even changes the game. There's a lot of factors that has been introduced in this map that would be an advantage by a team, especially when we look at it. 3 Booyahs already being taken by Evo's Divine, but who's following them? 2 from Vietnam, Team Flash and GOW.
And that's what I'm talking about, baby. Today is going to be a good big day for Vietnam, but these boys got to step it up. These boys got to show up big. They got to go out there and they have to demand. Neptune, today is the day. I want to see the boys from Vietnam demand an interview with Yunsol, all right? They need to do it for Yunsol. They need to do it for the chat. They need to do it for the fans in Vietnam. We need to see something big from them. I mean, this is the map that's gifted to Vietnam to open up the day in a very big way. It's theirs to lose, but of course, like I said, there's a tiger out there in Evo's Divine, and I think they are going to be a tad bit hungry in this first match. Let's hop on into it.
And we are heading in to the future. Next terror right now. The only question is, will it be a cruel flight path or will it be fair? Especially I am on the desk at this point. It seems like it, but the only question now is, where will they be dropped? Because most of the time, there's an intellect center challenge or battle that is happening so far, and one of the Vietnam team is losing it from most cases. It is Team Heavy who is oftenly going against BTR.
Now, if you had some brains, you would avoid the intellect center because you know these two teams are going to be doing battle there. But of course, if you want to hop on by because you know there's going to be a guaranteed hot drop there to third party them, that would be a very intellectual decision too.
Speaking of intellectual, I guess they put their minds into this because the challenge is on. This is the point challenge that we have between Vamos and Core Memory. And as it is, first match, the winner is Vamos.
So this is what we talked about, right? With the first match itself, we got the hot drop. Vamos has taken it. The uncles are all going to be losing their minds at this point of time. But what's the bigger thing about this is Core Memory, one of the Thai teams, out of the equation already. You've got now the capability for Indonesia and Vietnam to rise up. But one team from Vietnam bowing out early as well. Team Heavy takes a heavy loss at the start.
This is what I'm talking about. Team Heavy will need to find a new drop spot. There's not so much, there is so much real estate that's still available in this map, and they need to make it work. For Evo's Divine right now, they get their first 2 points, but they miss out on 2 more players to entirely wipe out their squad, and they even lost Ray that needs to be revived. But now, AG Global going against Visaka Sriwijaya. Let's see how they're going to go for this push. A 3-man push right now with a takedown by Chinoy M1887.
Absolutely, man. I mean, shorty to the chest. Guns went down. AG Global, though, on the hunt. Visaka, Gardu from afar has got the Bison in hand. Dew, on the other hand, AWM Car 98 doesn't have the right gun for a CQC. But he does have the reflexes, though. Gardu spotted out already. Double on the shots. And now with a sliver of health, manages to get away. But Visaka Sriwijaya, question is, have we got a revival come through here yet for Gardu? Because if not, he's going to be in a lot of trouble.
A lot of trouble indeed. Here comes Mini Uzi right now, up close and personal. And even Bison, he loses out. So this answers the question. Gardu instantaneously being revived because Obey is still alive. But for being alive, Vamos right now is in a risk of being taken out because here comes GOW. Not only that, we have Team Flash in the horizon.
Oh yeah, baby. Vietnam waking up now. Jun getting tagged from both sides. Stun has got the RGS and the Trogon. Manages to get the knock as well. Some from afar. And Axel stops him in his tracks as Team Flash tries to get involved to ruin GOW's day. Baba said no, mister. But Axel getting sprayed down. Wang M able to trade him out. And now Vamos on the back foot. Zuez, he's broke. 200 coins in his pocket. And he's being pursued by the players on the side of Onyx. And now the uncles are in a very, very rough spot all of a sudden, Nep.
Definitely. I mean, it's tough really being solo right now. A lot of teams going against each other. But Yan Bin and the rest of GOW right now. Oh, on the other side, Onyx Olympus managed to catch up. I thought he will be using that vehicle to get away. But no. Team Vamos will be out of the game. As early as this, we're only in the 4th minute mark, or about to get to the 4th minute. And we've already lost 4 teams in this fight. GOW now still not over with their fight against Team Flash. But I guess Team Flash will call it quits. They will be running it away and will find a different prey to go on.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, that's exactly how the cookie crumbles here at FFWSC, baby. 9 more teams left on in here as PE Sports on a revival spree, but GOW up against Flash and ABCD. 1, 2, 3, baby. Power foul to the chest. Finds the first play on the side of GOW. Demon out of the equation. And ABCD with the advantage here against Yanbin. Doesn't take the shot just yet as GOW looks to scramble. Yanbin's probably going to be the sacrifice here. But thankfully, Flash does not go in for the chase.
Yeah, no chase coming from Flash. Yanbin will be saved. And revive has been done for Demon. Now, for Visaka Sriwijaya, they do have 1 elimination after a few engagements that they saw earlier. But with this arsenal, they will be a little bit buffed up in terms of firepower. The only question is, where will they be going? It is only the first, going into the 2nd phase of the circle, and we still have a huge part of the circle, a huge part of the map that is available. So they went in onto the edge, but who's on the edge as well is WAG and Evo Divine.
Oh, yeah, here come the Tigers, baby. And WAG, Vietnam gets to end this story right here, right now. Level 3 car in hand. Got the M82B as well. Tag it up, aim God. A sliver of health. Can Export do it? Yes, he can. What an M82B. And a solid glue wall as well to protect himself. Export trying to get away. Back up from the rest of the WAG players. Not around just yet. Has got the mini Uzi to turn this around. Ray has got the electrotherapy onto him as well. Krillin. Grenade launcher doesn't find the connection. And now WAG have managed to slow the pace down just a little bit, Nep.
There goes Export going down. Cold Shield goes down as well. And the same goes for Ray. And the pickup will be done by Clearin. Now Razia will need to get away. Same goes for Aim God. They're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And a rock would be WAG, who is very strong as we look at it right now.
Vietnam waking up, and the Tigers instantly got nipped at. Aim God up top now. Russia backing up his buddy. FGL to the stairs. Dirty play by WAG, forcing Russia into cover. Now this is just going to be circle number 2, so the damage is not insane just yet. And WAG, look at this patience, Nep, not wanting to make a mistake with the maneuver, but Aim God hopping on down, will be able to catch Export. The perfect backstab with the Bison, and this SMG hits like a truck. But Allen M590 can't get the damage done in just yet, and Aim God with a quick hit and run. EVOS now pissing off WAG.
Raja are now on a standby for everyone who's moving away, but since everyone is going towards Aim God, doesn't have any opening just yet. But Aim God with a nade being cooked and in front of Alan and Cyrus, but it's only a few damage for them, and they're still connected with that electrotherapy. So they are now isolating both Raffia and Aim God right now. The only question is who will go down first, or will anyone manage to pull away?
Oh, Aim God now baiting away the WAG players, but there's a backstep potential from the back as well. Evolve, Aim God will be sprayed down. Rasya taken out as well. The Wonder Kid out of the equation on the side of EVOS, and WAG will sort them out, but EVOS already on that revival spree, so the team can meet again later on. And Vietnam has a strong start in this team net.
Yeah, WAG for elimination already, and that is just coming from Evo's Divine. There will be more. Beagle will be taken by Alan, and let's see as to where they will be moving. For AG Global right now, also tanking the blue, but as he did mention, it's not that significant because it's only the second phase, but once we get into the fourth, that would really hurt. And the next target for AG Global right now is Onyx Olympus. They saw them use that launch pad, but the only question is, will they go for the chase? But Dion will be spotted onto the side and do for huge damage.
Now Dew, double riptide rhythm, Dion gets sprayed down to the ground as AG will be able to find GOW. Instantly taking him out, but Ton with the instant revive coming on through as well. GOW not going to be snuffed out that easy, but AG Global lethal. 6 eliminations in hand already, and it looks like Dew is out for the hunt. In the meantime, EVOS bumping into the Indonesian brothers with Saka Sriwijaya.
See if the VSK will put some damage right here. It's more of information. I think there's 2 players right here will need to move a little bit quicker. Portal Pocket Market will be used right now. We'll have to find out. It is a launch pad that they will be purchasing. They will take this bridge. High ground advantage. But for Onyx Olympus, they saw someone from the high ground. It is PE Sports and Nero being waited to be picked up. But Nkang will be taken out as well.
Oh, this is just absolutely insane. Look at this crowd we've got here. And PE Sports in a lot of trouble. But what a shot. Zyro goes down. Bigatron, PE, Onyx, and EVOS. 3 Indonesian teams, 1 from Vietnam. And this circle is not even full just yet. We've got more teams joining them in a little bit. And there's such few defensive compound in here, Neptune. I am very sure one of the teams who are not in the circle just yet are going to be trying to look for one of these houses.
And it's a difficult position for both PE Sports and Onyx Olympus. So let's see what defense they are going to bring in. But for AG Global, potential backstab will be happening. There is a Team Flash flying in above them. And as he used that heal UAV, Cypher will try to go for the rush, but Chino is already down. And the rest of the team of Team Flash has triggered this push against Barros, and Barros right now on a 1v1, but Cypher, good distraction to pull 3 players away from Barros.
Yeah, but I don't know if that decision was good for him. But look at this from the opposite side. Dew, Cypher, both of them will be able to catch them at the same time. And Team Flash from the hunters to the hunted. And all that started off with that snipe from Dew, the difference maker on the side of AG. And AG Global hitting like a truck this time round with the activation, finally, of their sniper.
Definitely the sniper is one thing that they have been waiting for to really bring it on, as I mentioned earlier. And this is looking like a booyah that will be taken by AG Global. We're still dealing with 8 teams remaining, and GOW right now being challenged. And there goes a takedown. Car went from an X4 for that knockdown, but I don't think a confirmation will be done just yet.
Oh yeah, not yet. And the pickup should be fairly easy here. Bigatron also has a little bit of problem in the form of WAG. But obviously WAG has got no way of picking exactly who they shoot. So GOW could be in a little bit of a trouble here. Kyong spotted out by the WAG players. Azrael and Dix keeping GOW in place. And WAG is saying, no, bro, this is just too risky for us. We're going to take a long rotation around and look for a different defensive compound. Maybe even drop by to say hello to the airdrop as well. Very smart maneuver coming in from WAG.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they will be an edge. No potential backstab will be happening. And they have a good angle against GOW. And no angle that will be taken by BTR against them. But the Koda has been used to spot all of them. And this will be tough, though, because seeing as how they are lined up, one grenade might be able to take them down. I don't think there is an actual opening that they can choose right now to go for that push other than the two front doors that we're seeing on this compound from WAG. But for GOW, multiple windows, multiple entry points and exit points that they can use right now for their advantage.
If you don't want to move, the circle is going to make you move. Now, everybody has to travel at the same time, Neptune, and that happens in the next 5 seconds. EVOS right behind Visaka, Street Vijaya, PE Sports, as well as Onyx. Now, the good thing here is Onyx does not need to rotate a lot. GOW, on the other hand, does need to pick up their team member instantaneously as WAG gets the hit on them. Visaka versus EVOS, on the other hand, is something that the rest of them can be very happy with. But look at this interference coming through from Onyx. A snipe from afar, but the pickup is real quick coming on through. And now 3 Indonesian squads taking on each other at the same time.
Blue Wall's trying to be pulled up by Visaka Vijaya right now. That stopped Evo Divine from their rush. But let's see, once Ray will be able to charge up that A124, that would be the Q. But on the other side, it is WAG being taken down. BTR managed to creep right in from the sides. Now, as we look, Ray and Russia is down, but the battle is not yet over. Only Aim God remains against 3 players from Visaka Sriwijaya, and it's not looking good.
Okay, great pickup coming on through here from his buddy, but Aim God will get sprayed down, and Visaka Sriwijaya make an instant clearance here. Now, Bigatron on the opposite side, trying to snuff out Visaka Sriwijaya through all of this chaos. Onyx, Olympus, yet another Indonesian team wiped out. And this is now paying dividends towards the advantage that PE Sports already had with their position earlier on. But Visaka Sriwijaya might just stop and say hello to PE Sports, Nep. And this is getting really dangerous. The circle forcing them into potential combat.
And that's one thing, though. Once they are flushed out from this compound, they have AG Global waiting for them to pop out. Now, let's see who will be taking who right now, because PE Sports will not be challenged that easily by Visaka Sriwijaya at this point. So they have that advantage to take shots against AG Global. But the shift of the next circle will be deadly. It will be pulling away from all of them. And it is AG Global that is very near. But we also have, I think, another team that might just be waiting for them.
Yeah, absolutely. So AG Global has the advantage now alongside Bigatron, because Visaka Sriwijaya and PE Sports will need to move, and they need to move right now. But the clearance here, attempt from the side of Visaka Sriwijaya, circle leaving them high and dry. You cannot stay out there. PE Sports needs to move. Guns gets knocked out by the circle, and the clearance coming on through from AG. PE Sports 1 second too late, but Enkang, can he still survive? Joel flies on in and gets sniped by you in the back. Bigatron as well trying to go in here for the finisher onto GOW at the same time.
Let's see if they'll be able to break through. Here comes Blue Wall being taken down, and Dix will be taken out with Trogon. Ton right now, multiple eliminations, and Koja for that rush, backstab, and Ton still managed to survive. Azrael still alive and kicking with M590, and there goes GOW out for the count. BTR survives, but only with 2 players remaining. Visaka Sriwijaya with only 1, and AG Global looking for this booyah.
Indonesia showing up strong against Vietnam very early in today. But the question is, can they take it all the way, as Indonesia does not have enough numbers to carry on forth? And AG Global has chosen today, of all days, to wake up. What a shot onto Koja, and a follow-up from Cypher. And AG still cleaning up house. 1 more to go. 24 eliminations and the booyah for AG Global.
And this is what they've been waiting for. AG Global. It's not just 2 who popped off. Every single player grabbed all the elimination, the tactics, the waiting, the patience overall. That is what brought them those booyah and the number of points. That is huge right now.
I have no idea what is happening there, bro, because that was just pure chaos. The circle didn't do anybody any favors whatsoever. And PE Sports, alongside Visaka Srivijaya, put at instant trouble. But Gardu was able to get away until Dew showed up on that roof. And once again, if Dew is performing, AG Global's going to be having a good day. And today was the day where Dew decided, you know what, I am going to pop off. And Cypher's not too shabby as well with those follow-ups. And they, in a, my goodness, crazy opener for today, have showed us massive record-setting numbers.
And one thing that I realized as well is in this engagement, there was no battle against AG Global WAG. For WAG, that is one of that advantage that they have to take down AG Global, but it didn't happen. And AG Global just rotates it toward the edge of the circle, even outside, to make sure that they will not meet any team and they can use their long-range capabilities to go for those eliminations.
Yeah, now I'm scared. Now I'm scared because I think Misa and gang from Thailand is trying to tell us, hey, are you guys sleeping on Thailand with your predictions? Wait a minute. Is it all about Vietnam and Indonesia today? I mean, of course, you want to forget about Malaysia. We don't blame you. But you want to forget about Thailand? No, says AG Global. What a massive, stupid booyah. 36 points, Neptune. Holy mama. It's impossible to find round. You know, in one good BR ranked match, for you to walk away with 10 kills is like, wow, all right? For your whole team, for multiple players to rake in so many of these numbers in a pro stage, FFWS Southeast Asia, I think they all had a kind of Red Bull each.
No, well, I think not just one. They had a couple. So hopefully it doesn't die down to mid part of this day. There's a lot more that will be happening because that is just the beginning. 36 points, that is record breaking, not just for this competition. I think overall that is the highest that we've seen so far. I might be mistaken, but that is extremely high for one game. And we're not talking about an OG map. We're talking about Nextera here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care if it's like record-breaking, record-setting. It's just an insane number. 36 points from one game. I mean, yesterday, Vamos, after 6 games, took away 13 points, right? So this is insanity on another level, and we've got 5 more games to go for AG Global. So this is exactly what we want to see out of teams that desperately want it, because we've turned the whole competition around. We've created phase 2. Phase 2 basically means every day is a grand finals. If you want the #1 spot, you got to hop on out there and you got to take it away from the team that's having the lead. So maybe a hot drop is awaiting AG Global. But for now, it is what a lot of the sims out there have been waiting for. We have got the interview with Misa and AG Global coming up for you guys in a bit.
Yeah, let's see what questions he have to ask AG Global. So let's bring it on right now.
Hi everyone, this is the first booyah of today, and we got it, guys. And right now I'm here with ใครคะแนะนำตัวเลย
AG ดิวครับ AG สายฟ้า
Okay. Do you think how many booyah you get today? เราคิดว่าวันนี้เราเอากี่บooyahดี
เอาสัก2ครับ
Only 2? แค่2เองเหรอ
ได้ครับจะขอคะแนนที่
Okay, he only wants 2, but he wants to get a ticket to the grand final, guys. แล้วของเราล่ะไอ้บ้า
1ก็ให้เข้ารอบก็พอ
โอเคไม่จำเป็นว่าต้องกี่บูย่าแค่เข้ารอบ
ใช่
Okay, he wants to go to the grand final also. Guys, how about confidence? How many % do you feel confident that you'll get to the grand final today? มั่นใจกี่เปอร์เซ็นต์ว่าวันนี้เข้าแกรนด์ไฟนอลแน่นอน
50% ครับ
ไม่แค่50 อ่ะ
เพราะว่าอีก50ไปเกม2ครับ
โอ
ดู
เค
เกม2ก่อน
โอเคได้อยู่ He only feel confidence for 50% because he'll looking forward to get to the second match and see other 50%แล้วเราล่ะสายฟ้า
100% ครับ
100เลยนี่แหละความมั่นใจสายฟ้า feel 100% confident that he'll go to the grand final today. Hey, last question. Is there anything you would like to say to the fans who are watching right now? มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงแฟนๆไหมคะ
ฝากมาโดเนทช่องผมนะครับ AG ดิว
โอเค ชี้ช่องทางรวยกันเลยจุดนี้ Please donate him on his channel AG Do, guys. Go follow him. แล้วเราล่ะสายฟ้า
ก็ฝากติดตาม IG ไปเรื่อยๆครับเพราะวันนี้เข้าแน่นอน
Okay. Please keep on supporting AG and they'll go to the grand final, guys. Thank you so much for this interview session. Now let's go back to the casters. Bye.
Thank you very much, Misa and AG Global. The answers, though, very conservative in terms of numbers, but they want that spot for the grand final. So let's see if they will be able to do it once again. Probably less in terms of points because it's tough, really, to get another 36-pointer.
I don't know. Is it tough? Maybe in a lobby like this for AG Global, it's not so tough. But it was a damn good start from many of these squads here. But then Nextera just provided us with absolute chaos, right? Double Riptide Rhythm, Shenanigans, AG Global. I mean, great fights coming through from them, right? They wiped out so many squads as they were getting to that final circle. But across the battlefield as well, we saw so many of these engagements. And not many of those teams could pick up solid points because right after coming off from a good battle, they would then get into another one and then they get snuffed out and then the third party comes in and that just kept repeating. And throughout all of that chaos, only one team continuously collected those points. And that was AG Global. And this guy was instrumental in that. The MVP, the well-deserved title for Mr. Dew. 10 eliminations, 5,977 damage, 9 knockdowns with the Skylar. Typical sniper loadout here, but he brings in the tankiness of that Ford and Susie instead, just to make himself a little bit more versatile on the battlefield as a sniper slash support player.
Yeah, definitely. And also have that AWM and an Arvin for more information. In a bit, we're going to see the rest of the teams, presets and character skills. As I will be expecting not so much of different from the past or from the other teams because they have made. Oh, speaking of different, there comes Alok that has been introduced. I guess they want to bring this back to the meta.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And, you know, obviously, when you hit that Alok, when you drop the beat with Alok, it is the increased movement speed that we're talking about that makes a very big difference for Cypher in a heated battlefield like this when you have to move from compound to compound, right? Defense-wise, yes, you have those glue walls, but you also want to be quick on your feet so that the opponents cannot quickly lock on their scope to you and then give you that headshot or whatsoever. So this guy, very effective. And then on top of that, you get to heal yourself as well. So that kind of just makes him way, way more dangerous out there because we usually see Cypher splitting away from the rest of the squad and Dew doing that as well this time. So there was 3 parts that AG was beating down on some of these other teams. And look at the efficacy of that, right? Dew with the 10 eliminations, Cypher with the 9 eliminations, and the 9 assists as well. 10 knockdowns. Insane stuff from the main and sub-sniper of AG.
Yeah, there you have it. And as a key player, 2 of which will be Dew with 10 elimination and a damage and Cypher with the knockdown. Overall, they took the board and, well, even before we have seen all this, they're already taking the board. 36 points? That is that is ridiculous, AJ. It's rare that we see that much point. And at this level from these teams, and I'm not underestimating them, but we know the teams that can bring in this number of points in one game. But this is just phenomenal for AG Global. BTR also grabbing 20 points. Same goes for GOW and 3 Indonesian, Visaksan Vijaya, Onyx, as well as Evo Zivine on the 4th, 5th, and the 6th. Unfortunately, the Vietnamese has been pushed down to 7th to the 9th.
But if you look at the points, there's not a huge difference. Obviously, CRM and Heavy, we have to count them out because they got taken down way too early. But, you know, 6 points versus 12 points, that's a very quick jump. One game, you can catch up. Even up to 20 points, I think, you know, it's not that crazy to catch up because we've seen how things turn around very fast, right? Inconsistency has been the bane of existence for many teams, including the AG Global. We have seen them hit a booyah and then get eliminated as the first team in the very next game. So even if they're capable of taking such huge victories here, they have to be really careful in this next matchup. Now, Neptune, we are obviously looking at an opportunity to thank our sponsors here as well as we say that.
Yeah, this is Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, a really powerful device in the palm of your hand, especially with the Snapdragon 8 Elite as a Galaxy processor, an enhanced Vulkan engine, as well as improved ray tracing technology that delivers outstanding performance along with a smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics. So if you're looking for a gaming phone, all-around phone, and I would say a multitasking phone, this is the device for the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra.
Yeah, the AI capabilities and top-tier performance, that's the selling point for me, right? Top-tier performance is all I want out there. I'm a content creator. I'm always editing. And I also sometimes depend on AI to help me draft some stuff as well, right? So it's really going to ease up your workflow, guys. This is what you want if you're a content creator, if you are a pro gamer out there as well. We've seen a lot of these players go out there and show us promise in this lobby, Neptune, but AG Global hitting the big numbers. Of course, big questions first. Can we see consistency in this next matchup from AG? And also, can we also see some of the other teams step it up? Because, I mean, I think it was just way too much of chaos Nextera brought us there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, way too much. And we'll have to see, though. We'll have to see if that is something that they can probably repeat. Another Booyah coming from the team. But they're a team that is not really, I would say, a stranger to Booyahs, because overall they have, if I'm not mistaken, 9 Booyahs in the knockout stage. So yes, they can bring in the numbers. It's just that, as you mentioned, that inconsistency, it's tough though. Within the day, they need at least, say, 100 points, especially for today, if they want to get that #1 spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, let's take a look at the top 3 teams on the following map as well. This is trouble, Vietnam. You've got EVOS. Once again, the Tigers are prowling out there looking for those points. Earlier, they got starved, and now they are a little bit more hungrier. And therefore, everybody needs to watch out. But AG Global, hitting the big numbers, are now heading on into a map where they are no strangers to grabbing Booyahs. They have got the most number of Booyahs out there, 3 in comparison to any of the other teams. And look at those, man, 90 eliminations. They are really, really confident in getting those kills on this map now.
Yeah, I mean, well, we might not have Vietnam teams in this top 3, but the teams that follow, especially in the teams that we have right now, is WAG, Heavy, GOW, and Team Flash. All of them is coming from Vietnam. Unfortunately for PE Sports, because this is one of the maps that they didn't perform, hopefully they will be able to change their averages and catch up with the rest of the region.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And of course, we are looking forward to seeing the step up from some of the teams that couldn't really pick up some solid points in that matchup, right? Obviously, it was not going to be the easiest ones, as everybody is treating this like the grand finals. And we are always going to have some teams that are unlucky on those hot drops, right? Because early engagements, we saw quite a number of those. And Vamos getting the catch onto CRM at the start of the day to give themselves a little bit of a lead on their head-to-head was fun to watch.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not quite sure who went against who in terms of drop spot, but pretty much like since CRM is the one being introduced today and Vamos is, I would say from previous broadcasts, might have been readable. It was them who went against Vamos, but Vamos is anticipating it. We did point it out earlier because of the challenge they have in terms of points. It will be, or it is a potential wherein they will be looking for each other in this fight. So let's see if that is something that we will happen again, because we still have 5 more maps to go for today.
I mean, it seems like we've already completed 2 games with what AG Global is showing us, but obviously we want to see more from these squads, and there's just no telling exactly who's going to go crazy in here today, right? Because the stats can all be thrown out of the window. But as we look at the teams who have promised us some points in the past through those top 3, let's see if not, at least they can show us the consistency that we always see. As we head on into game number 2 of the day, it's going to be Alpine, baby.
Yeah, let's see as to where they will be dropping off this time. The flight path is quite fair for everyone, and a lot of teams already has started it off. Core Memory started and is heading to Railroad right now, and Team Vamos onto Garrison. For PE Sports, they will be taking the northern part right now, Snowfall, and not so much of a potential hot drop right now. I guess they learned from what happened earlier. That was a very, very quick first 4 minutes of that match, wherein 4 teams has been eliminated.
Now, early drops here, and EVOS very quickly picking on Forest Red, and the interesting thing here is they are splitting up quite far away from each other. But very early on, the hot drop between GOW and Visaka Srivijaya sees the elimination of a GOW player, XM8, in his hands, but going up against two players at the same time as Genzi goes for the chase onto Tan. A sliver of health now left on him as he gets sprayed down with the MP40.
MP40, that is something that you would want to have as well. And let's see if there's something that they can use guns right now. Double pistol against Yan Bin, but there is backup and also the electrotherapy. There goes another one from Joe Wheel and a takedown. Visaka Srivijaya takes their 3 points, and no one is to be seen for Demon. It is AG2, and when we thought that they will survive, GOW says bye-bye.
Yeah, Demon was far away already, but obviously it's all about that luck as well, right? As you try to rotate away, do you come across anybody else? Unfortunately, he came across Dew, the sharpshooter of AG Global. Just like how CRM now getting a tad bit lucky as they come across Zyru, who obviously gets taken out instantaneously, outnumbered by the CRM players. But those revivals are not going to be impossible. As I say that, Adrian buys his friend right back in.
Yeah, instantaneously. I mean, they can wait for the time to use that revival platform, but I don't think they have that time. Most of the teams are just moving. They don't want to be caught off guard. And for BTR right now, from Blueville, they're just going into the edge of circle. I'm not quite sure if they have any information, but it seems like Wang M has been spotted already because Koja keeps looking that way. And there goes binoculars being used. There goes Launchpad as well. And Wang M will be in trouble. No Boulder can save you right now because it is a full squad who's gunning up on you, but the rest of the teams up. Team Flash is very far away. Not quite sure if this is part of the plan, but they can potentially go in for the backstab, but it looks like from the map they will be running away.
Good decision. Ooh, Rasia of all kids missing the shot.
Probably blaming Aim God. Why he stepped in?
No, I don't know if or not PE kind of like knew that he was aiming at them, because that was just genius. Rasia was looking for the headshot, and obviously you need the headshot to stop them in their tracks. If not, it's just going to be a shot in, a chip in the shoulder as they fly away, and you're going to try to hope and pray to get that consecutive shot in there, right? But PE Sports very, very luckily, I have to say, adjusting the trajectory just enough to get away. Now Kyong out the window, but Zom's not going to be able to get too far away, but he does manage to buy his buddy in as Shin buys him the Zom as he just expired out there, as Bigatron Delta picks up point number 3 for themselves.
Yeah, Team Flash having a lot of trouble right now, and they're being picked off one by one. Even Zivine right now, let's see if they'll be able to spot out BE Sports. This is a missed opportunity earlier, but Aim God has been taken down. And there goes the follow-up coming from Ray, but Coach Hill also went down. So it's tough right now for Evo's Divine to catch up, but Core Memory has been taken out right here, and it seems like for the battle, for the points, they are still the loser.
Yeah, it's the revives coming on through here for Mr. Rasia. Aim God and Coach Hill right back in it. PE Sports trying to look for the finish here, but Ray has not been spotted out just yet. Launchpad now to find the reposition. And Ray does get one tag on him. And Kang. One more shot needed. Whoop! And the reposition. And Rasia! What a headshot! LBT down. And the flick from Rasia will slow the aggressive PE Sports. But Lao Ho finding the flag onto the left-hand side. Riptide Rhythm not going to find him. And Rasia again. One shot to LBT. And Vamos will help him out to clean up house. PE Sports eliminated, and now it's a fight between EVOS and Vamos.
Let's see, Vamos right now rushing in against Rasia. No heads will be popping up just yet, but there goes a hit against a one that reduces his HP to almost half. Rasia will try to defend himself and probably heal up. Here comes the Riptide Rhythm, but Rasia goes down, and Max 7 from the hands of Raja will bring him down. The rest of the teams of EVOs will be running away, probably will bring back Rasia, and it is possible because Aim God and Coach Hill doesn't have that much of resources, thus they didn't really engage and went into Rasia.
And what we saw there is absolutely descriptive of what is needed to take Russia down. 3 players. 3 players in a CQC against the sniper of EVOS is needed to shut Russia down, because my God, that kid is insane. This is exactly what I was telling you, Neptune. You see, these kids, they are taking these headshots like it's nothing, bro. I'm trying to hit those headshots out there, and all I'm doing is shooting the sky.
Either shooting the sky, shooting the wall, or whatever it is. At some point, you even try to shoot your teammate. I even try to shoot my teammate, thinking that it is an enemy. But let's see, aim gun already went down, and Team Vamos right now, they are the elimination leader at this point, so they will not be stopping, and hopefully they will be careful. But Fordu misses that shot on Fleece 1, and as you can see, we also have a hit list on both these teams of Heavy. So let's see if they'll be able to chase them out and probably bring them down.
2 rounds in a row now. Vamos has been winning the points battle up against Core Memory, and they're still alive, as Core Memory has been eliminated already. So that's a little bit of a sticky situation here for the Thai squad. And now Kyong, M590 in hand. The electrotherapy working its magic as ABCD gets caught out. Kyong, M590 not finding the connection. The second shot, no! Will miss, but not the third. And the speed of shots from Kyong on those 180s is just unbelievable. But now Kojak going to get sprayed down. Bigatron digs, circles around, but Ezreal gets the job done with the XM8. And Team Flash losing a player.
Losing a player, but not yet the entire squad. And they have a chance, though, to fight back. Now for the Sriwijaya, they spot Heavy right now, tries to get away. Riptide Rhythm really missed the target, and they are shooting at nothing but air at that point, because Heavy has managed to use that launch pad to move out of this area. But I guess this edge of the circle, this is the plan for Visak Sriwijaya. They don't want to be caught off guard in the middle of the map, as well as before it closes. So let's see and how or where they will be moving, because Heavy has moved in towards BTR right now, who's primed with 8 eliminations.
Bigatron with 8 eliminations is a very big thing here. Bigatron could sneakily take away the #1 spot by the end of the day if they can keep up this sort of a consistent performance match after match. And Heavy very smartly staying away from the window. FGL will not find Mufasa. But Bigatron is still going to be very dangerous. AG up against WAG. But WAG, their players are not all in the same spot. And this is going to be a problem. Alan up on top of the roof. X-Ball trying to join the fight. But what a grenade. We'll find the initial tag. Cypher is going to be able to find Krillin through the window as well. But no drops on the side of WAG Jets yet.
And there's one thing, AG Global and WAG, this is where they are being threaded, especially for AG, and WAG winning one of that fight. Chinoy already out, and there goes the jump. Do just went ahead and left Cypher behind. They don't want to be caught off guard, and it's just a 1v4. I would say a sacrifice right now for Cypher for their team to survive.
Sacrifice. Yeah, get out of here, says WAG. Cyrus M590 to his chest. Where the hell is Dew, says WAG. He got away with his life. And Dew obviously on a recovery mission to bring his brothers back in. And this is what I talked about when I said AG Global. We've seen some magic, but consistency coming back to back as the Booyah takers. You know, it's something that we have not seen in a long, long time. But the good thing is Dew is still very much alive. And he is very much aware of the sticky situation that he is in right now.
Yeah, and still early, second phase of the circle, heading into the third. There's still more chances for the rest of the team to find all those weaponries, those loots, to prepare for the battle. But hopefully they will find a good spot at the edge of the circle, because that's how they're doing it. They're not really getting up close and personal. And when they went into the challenge, that's where they were caught off guard. But for Onyx Olympus right now, going against Heavy, as well as Evo's Divine, or I would say Ray from Evo's Divine, going solo. This is a tough situation from him, but he still managed to get away, hop his way in. But Adrian right now missing that shot, but not for Cyru.
Yeah, absolutely. And Heavy can take advantage of the situation here, but they stay silent and they miss the window of opportunity. And now Onyx gonna make them pay for that. All those ice grenades going to be forcing Heavy back so that they cannot take those shots against them as they take command of the lower ground compound here. A great maneuver coming through from Onyx Olympus, and Heavy actually brilliantly taking a couple of steps back away from them, moving deeper into the circle. A smart defensive maneuver coming through from the Vietnamese squad as well, Nep.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if they will be able to catch them on their toes at this point. But for BTR, they also have their eyes on Heavy right now. But Evo's Divine, very, very close. In spite of them losing a few players and they have revived them in here, it would be a tough position for them, really, because especially that northern part, a lot of teams already taking real estate from that area, and it's tough to get any hiding spots. So they might be left out in the open and will be sacrificed one again, or probably eliminated. Here comes ABCD, will try to go fast and not too furious at this point. That is survive. Headshot from Azriel.
Yeah, you gotta hate that, bro. It's happened to me a few times as well. I don't know how some of these pro players get those snipe shots as these guys are in the cars, but obviously that's not the right gun. EVOS, though, losing 2 players at the same time as Team Flash. Yet another monster from Vietnam showing up big time on the map. We've got enough numbers here as the next circle. Oh, WAG again finding AG Global. Visaka Sri Vijaya tasting some wrath of Vietnam as well from the hands of WAG. But the big hit onto AG themselves is a amazing one. Unfortunate that we missed that action, but Team Flash continues the onslaught here. They want more blood, and EVOS is on the menu.
Evo's Divine, well, we thought that they're the ones going to eat a few of those food, but no, they're the ones who goes down. And on the 9th, there they go. And we still have 8 teams remaining, and as we can see, still have a few more stragglers outside of that circle. Bigatron going against WAG, so I guess AG Global or some players managed to survive that onslaught. Now Koja needs to be picked up, but the Zom will be taken down. M590 from the ground floor. There's little to no chance to be able to survive right now. ABCD will try to do so, running away, but it seems like this is it for Team Flash.
Yeah, but that's a great play coming through from Bigatron, getting the knock onto Zom and then instantly pelting them with all of those ice grenades. The pickup came through, but the ice grenades knocked him back down and put the team at a great disadvantage. But now ABCD wild sprays, and with a Woodpecker CQC gets the knock. Ezreal M590 will not be able to do much as the glue wall P90 cannot save him. Almost did though. 68 HP left on the side of Ezreal, but he survives a little while longer as he forces Team Flash to bow down.
Yeah, the dream is alive for BTR, but for how long? AG2, a little bit of revenge onto WAG. Allen's been taken down with that MA2B, but Team Vamos right now putting a few pressure on Onyx Olympus with an airdrop. Let's see if they will be strong enough to go in for the rush, but I don't think Onyx Olympus will give them any opening. Glue walls is needed right now to open up that space, and Onyx Olympus is just throwing in those ice grenades just to make sure that they don't move fast enough.
Can WAG do this? The knock did come through from AG there, but I believe an instant pickup completed by WAG. No expiry of the player. Onyx, on the other hand, up against Vamos. And it looks like the Malaysians want a big fight. Raja catching one in. Time trying to pull down, and the exposure. Adam knocks him down onto the ground. Electrotherapy being worked perfectly as Axel gets submitted as well. And Jun on the run, but the chase coming on through. M590 leaving no survivors as Vamos gets eliminated in 6th by Onyx Olympus.
Onyx Olympus right now, let's see if they can welcome Team Heavy with open arms, and the chase still continues. WAG going against AG Global. That's what I'm talking about. The reason why AG Global managed to lose out on most of those battles is because WAG is really relentless in this chase. Now, Sci-Fi and Battles right now will try to jump in. Let's see if that with that P90 will Alan or with Battles be able to fight back. But there's not so much of room for them. Only one opening. So let's see if WAG can run it, and Sci-Fi goes down.
Yeah, 590 perfection coming through from Alan here with a 180. The flick coming on through perfectly, but now Heavy is going to have great line of sight towards WAG. Next circle is going to be moving towards the opposite side of this battlefield as well. As AG do expose, glue wall drop, shot coming on through, but WAG can't continue the onslaught because the distraction by Heavy, but Alan takes the initiative to punch New into the next round.
Yeah, 4v3v4 right now between WAG and Heavy as well as Onyx Olympus. The safest, I would say, would be Heavy. Not so a lot of a breathing space and moving around that can be done for them, and they can go in for the rush against Onyx Olympus. But they need to be careful though. Compound will be taken by Onyx, and that is on the path of the shift of the circle as Alan right now with that SVD. Let's see if they can make those shots right now before they need to move in. And there goes M79 action, but Get Nice also managed to bring himself down.
Yeah, Get Nice, not so nice. The grenade took it onto his own head, and now, unfortunately, because of that little bit of a stumble, Onyx Olympus manages to put up those glue walls and block out Heavy from taking over their compound. Down at the bottom, on the other hand, WAG does not need to go in for an engagement, and Get Nice this time recovers his situation, puts Adrian down onto the ground, and the push coming on through from Heavy, and from the back, Krillin actually getting attack onto Mufasa as well. Zyru bleeding out, and that is the final shot that is needed onto Onyx. But Wings with the M1014 won't be able to turn the situation around just for a little bit. Yeah, and one final player alive on the side of Heavy.
Heavy only one, and Onyx managed to go for the pickup as well as heal up because of the time that they were given. But no! There goes the complete takedown, and, well, at this point, we will be seeing Yunsul no matter what. It is only Heavy, one player remaining, and he managed to get away, but what the else can you do? Especially with 3R on you and WAG for that booyah.
Yunsul, here we come. Courtesy of WAG getting the victory for Vietnam. And what a way to do it as well. Instantly by hunting down the ones that grabbed the massive booyah in the previous game. If you want to be the top dog, you gotta make sure you beat the top dog. And WAG knew that very, very well, Neb.
Yeah, I mean, definitely they have been the target by WAG so far for the past few days, and well, it still happens. That is the, I would say, the losing condition for AG Global. The moment WAG really stepped up and chase on the AG Global, they might not be getting that booyah, but not quite sure though in terms of elimination. So we don't have any details just yet, but with the huge booyah that they did get earlier, I think they are probably in a safe spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, let's see exactly what happens to them, right? Because AG Global, 36 points in that previous matchup. Even if they got taken out in that 12th spot in Game 2, it wouldn't have made a very big difference. But the bigger question is, how much did WAG rip away from this game, and how did that change their position on the overall leaderboard as well, Neb?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, looking at what happened earlier for WAG, they only grabbed 7 points, 4 elimination and 3 in the placement. So it's not so much though. And if they are chasing against AG Global, that would be a huge hike for them. But hopefully this booyah will make them a little bit closer, but we still don't know how much was grabbed by AG Global at that point, because the lead might still be on and it might still be growing, especially if they can survive probably halfway through the match.
Yeah, bro, if you take 24 eliminations in your first game and the booyah, you get a little bit of a break, but you've bought yourself a lot of leeway already, right? And in this game, it's not like AG got taken out very early. They did have some eliminations on their side. Not a lot, I believe. They could have picked up about maybe 10, maybe 12 points. But that is decent enough, because after the 36, that still keeps them at the #1 spot, but they cannot take advantage of that big lead already, because in this next game, I think it's going to be equalized if AG drops the ball again. And they didn't drop the ball. They didn't make a mistake. WAG beat them. and made sure they were not in that final circle to fight them for the booyah.
Yeah, I mean, WAG stole the ball from them. That's,
Yeah.
that's the best description as it is. But we're just waiting for the interview for WAG, and it's been a while though. I'd like to hear the mindset of what WAG is thinking right now, because this might be one of the last chance for them. Though there's a few more, but everyone is aiming for that #1 spot, especially for today, so that they can, I'll say, rest easy and study their opponents towards the rest of the matches that we are going to see on phase 2 of knockout stage.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yes, we do want to see their mindset, but I actually just want to see the energy on their faces, how they are answering these questions, and whether or not they are confident that they're going to go out there, they're going to be whooping some good butt to make sure a Vietnam team gets the qualifier in here today. But I mean, even if they don't, I want to see that fire in them in this week, because next week, even if you don't qualify on that #1 spot this week, next week all you need to do is make sure you're in the top 6, and you need some big matches like this. But of course, on that note, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we're gonna throw the camera over to the one and only Yunsel.
Hello survivors, and here we are. The booyah belongs to Vietnamese team. I'm Yunso, and right next to me is WAG Krillin. First of all, congratulations on your first booyah of the day today. So maybe just a few questions to shock you up. How do you feel right now after yesterday was kind of a low down day, but today you guys shock it up? Xin chào Krillin, thì lời đầu tiên là xin được chúc mừng Krillin và WAG đã rất là xuất sắc ở trong việc giành lấy được booyah. Thì cho mình hỏi một câu hỏi để khởi động một chút thôi, là Krillin đã cảm thấy như thế nào khi mà ngày hôm qua không hẳn là một ngày thi đấu tốt lắm, nhưng hôm nay là mọi người đã sốc tinh thần lại được và có được cho mình một cái chiến thắng để có thể là kéo ngược lại cái bàn thắng này ạ?
Cảm thấy rất là bình thường sau những ngày vấp ngã.
Ngày vấp ngã, cảm thấy bình thường sau ngày vấp ngã. Nội tâm mạnh mẽ lắm đúng không? I feel pretty normal after these bad days, but overall he is a very strong personalities. Okay, so into our second questions. On our first week, WAG brings to the audience many nice play, nice scenes, but overall until now, I think in the 4th week and the 5th week, WAG haven't bring us all of that good performance at all. So I was wondering what is the reason, and will this week WAG can become a team of the day or not? Thì theo như Yusun cảm thấy là ở tuần đầu WAG đã mang đến cho khán giả những cái màn booyah rất là mãn nhãn, nhưng mà có vẻ như là đến những tuần thi đấu dạo gần đây thì mình lên bảng khá là sớm. Thì Yusun muốn thắc mắc là lý do là tại sao, và không biết là tuần này WAG có thể thay đổi những gì để có thể trở thành team of the day không ạ?
Mình thấy là gần đây team mình gãy có lẽ vì thiếu tự tin.
Vậy thì mình đã có những sự thay đổi nào không? Krillin có cho ra những sự thay đổi nào không ạ?
Mình phải kiểu ổn định, tự tin và chuẩn bị thật tốt trước khi đến với trận đấu.
Vậy thì hôm nay Krillin đã tự tin hơn chưa?
Cũng tự tin á.
So I think for Krillin, I think that maybe the most important thing in our team that we are lack of confidence. So my fixing thing is to be more confident and trust into the team more, so that we can be more powerful and of course successful in the thing that we need to get the booyah. So the last questions. So in this week, we have 5 Vietnam team, which is very difficult for us to play. So the thing that people are getting into each other is a thing that hard to split away. So I was wondering to ask you that if these difficulties will make your team feel more hard to play the game, or does this will affect the plays of the game or not? Thì ở tuần thi đấu này chúng ta có đến tuần 5 đội tuyển Việt Nam, cho nên là cái việc mà va nhau thì nó khá là tránh khỏi á Krillin. Thì Krillin có nghĩ rằng là cái điều này nó sẽ ảnh hưởng đến chiến thuật của đội tuyển, hay là cái sự bất lợi này nó có ảnh hưởng đến cái sự tính toán đua điểm của mình không ạ?
Em nghĩ là không, bởi vì gặp chơi thôi.
Gặp lại chơi thôi hả? Nhưng mà thực sự thì 2 ngày qua Krillin có cảm thấy là khó khăn cái gì không? Khi mà có quá là nhiều đội Việt Nam đi.
Mình cảm thấy không khó khăn gì.
Mình vẫn sẽ tập trung thi đấu thôi đúng không? I feel like this is not difficult for us at all because, you know, if we see them, we're just gonna play the game, enjoy the fun in that moment, and we will do whatever we can to win the opponents. So maybe for me, I think this is just a confidence, just like him said, confidence is the key to win the game. Cảm ơn Krillin rất là nhiều và mong rằng là sau trận đấu này thì WG sẽ sốc lại tinh thần và mang đến cho khán giả và cả Yusun thật là nhiều vui da để cho mọi người thật là mãn nhãn nhé. Và tất nhiên là chúc mọi người sẽ có được team up ở đây ngày hôm nay nha. Thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to the caster and see the game stats.
Thank you very much, Yunso, for getting our words to the ears of the players. And yes, we need the Vietnamese players to bring their confidence out there. Because, bro, these boys are talented. They can get the job done, Neptune. But they're always too shy. They're always thinking, what if I go in there and I make a mistake? Because they have made mistakes in the past, right? But I really want to see them just go all out today because there's no repercussions. There is no failing today because of how beautiful Phase 2 is. Even if you do not qualify in the #1 spot, you still have 18 games to go in the final week of Phase 2 to qualify.
Definitely, and based on performance, especially for WAG, they will be able, it is possible, really huge possibility that they can get that top 6, but it's all that waiting probably that's making them anxious, and that's why they want to grab that #1 spot right now. But judging from the answers coming from Kirin, he might not look confident, but the answer itself is very, very confident. They know that they're strong. They know that they can get a win once again, a booyah once again, and that is because of a strong player just like Alan right here. Though not much of elimination, but in terms of damage, did pop up with 36-52 as well as 6 knockdowns. He is the rusher for the team with that Tatsuya, Joseph, Shani, and Nairi, and a Woodpecker as well as a Dreki to spot out those who are healing.
Yeah, absolutely. And very effective play coming through from Alan. And very interesting that he went for the Woodpecker as the rusher, right? He had to play a lot of these long-range engagements that WAG was forced into. And when I say forced into, I actually should correct that. They were baited into because they were doing the chasing. They were going for those points. And they were spotting out players from afar. They were going in for those knocks. And those were bringing in decent points to their side so that it's not a very weak final circle where they're not going to be able to climb the board overall. So great aggressive play from WAG this time around. They've got the Tatsuya, Skylar, Cassie, Koda. And that is definitely a very aggressive setup now.
Definitely aggressive. And that's why it's becoming standard as well. But when it comes to the points, it is quite spread out all across the board. Elimination of 4 for Alan and Cyrus, 3 for X4, and Kirin as I would say the backup most of the time because the number of assists that he has given only got 1 elimination, but we know how important he is in terms of those battles. For the key player, 2 of which will be coming from WAG with that support as well as a rusher from Alan, but we also have to consider Cyru with a 10 assists. It's similar to what we've seen earlier or most of the time, and as a support player, that number of assists that really helps out, put on a little bit more damage before the elimination comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, crazy effort this time around from Krillin and Alan overall. But I'm still curious to see the game standings and 12 strong eliminations. 12. This is a very decent game for WAG, and they maintain the #1 spot, all thanks to their booyah as well. Onyx, though, beat them by 2 points on the eliminations, and they rank in 2nd overall. Bigatron Delta, very scarily consistent in the first 2 games, so this is something that the other regions really need to watch out for. But I really like the heavy pace that Team Heavy took around this time around, and Vamos surviving this long is actually quite a miracle for Malaysia, so we want to see more of that as well.
And for today's standing, I think AG Global, yes, they still maintain that #1 spot because of the huge numbers that they put on, and also they didn't slow down up until they are taken out. So it is only 10 points though between them and BTR, as well as Onyx Olympus, who's very, very close against Bigatron Esports, and the WAG with that booyah close the gap as well. Visaka Srivijaya is catching up, and Team Flash as well for Team Vamos in terms of their point run against Core Memory. It seems like Core Memory is really, really way back in their starter line.
I mean, it's insane. from the second to the third spot, one game, and they can overtake AG Global already. But of course, that is going to be dependent on whether or not AG Global bows out early from this third game, Neptune. And that is going to be pretty much fundamental as to set up what that lobby is going to look like. But I hope to see a different Booyah winner for each and every single game as we bring this day to its end. But of course, we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, it's going to be games 3 and 4.
Hello, Greaser. Still so impulsive. Don't rush, little guy. We have more important things to take care of. Oh, come on. What a hassle. Stop trying to look cool and help out already! How many of those do you have? Okay. Time to save the day again! What's happening?
Welcome back, survivors. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 Spring Season, powered by Red Bull. We welcome Red Bull as the official energy drink partner for both the spring and fall Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia 2025 seasons. My name is AJ. I'm the Mustachio, down here with my brother Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We are your casters for the day, and what a goddamn day it has been so far. We started off hot with a record-breaking, insane 36-pointer game by AG Global, and then WAG showed up strong for Yunsul and Vietnam.
Well, I mean, ask and you shall receive. You did ask that WAG or Vietnam gets Booyah so that at least Yunsul will be on the screen, but I don't think that is the end. I don't think that is just a one-timer for them. But as you did mention, as well as you did ask, hopefully another team will be getting that Booyah. All those scrambles, all those change-up on the leaderboard will bring it to a much exciting end if we don't know exactly who's going to be that number one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's just no way of telling exactly who's going to grab the number one spot by the end of the day, because the game looks so different every single match, right? And we've seen this happen in the past before. And there's a good reason for it, because in a battle royale, there's something called RNG, okay? it's just that random sequence of what you're going to find out there in terms of weapons, in terms of defensive capability, whether you're going to get a med kit, whether you're going to get lucky enough to find a super med kit, whether you're lucky enough to find a decent enough SMG or an in-meta gun to get that victory for you. So a lot of those things can kind of swing the momentum in a certain team's direction. But of course, there's another one where you make your luck, Neptune, because since AG has gotten such massive points in this first game, Booyah at Nextera, and WAG has gotten this at Alpine, maybe there's a possibility of hot dropping them on this next map to stop their progress so some of the bottom teams can climb up. Because a hot drop at this point of the competition, I think these teams are all 50-50. If you get the better gun, you are going to win the gunfight.
Right, definitely. I mean, that is the chances right there. Who is brave and bold enough to take that chance? We'll have to find out. But when we look at this map of Bermuda for game number 3, our leaderboard, I would say, is Evo's Divine. When we look at it, for today's performance, they have been dropped into the 8th. So if this is the advantage that they need right now to be able to catch up to that #1 spot, to the 47 that AG Global has, they will need to bring in not only bring in 32, but exceed whatever AG Global will put up on the board as well. But following them is Visaka Sriwijaya, and looking at them right now, they're very, very aggressive, and at some point they risk their life in that battle. And of course, we also have GOW from Vietnam on that list.
Yeah, absolutely. And today is a day where anybody can go out there and pop off. And when you see EVOS again on their #1 spot, capability to dominate this lobby, and yet the Tigers have not fully activated themselves, but we are getting teasers. We are seeing Russia desperately get the points for his squad. I think something needs to change here. I think Russia needs a little bit more backup, because if we can have a couple of players on Russia and the team stops splitting away from him, I think a huge difference can be made here. But obviously, I can see the strategy being used here by Team EVOS Divine. They're leaving Russia behind, going in for the rush. They're desperate for these points, Neptune. But I think the safe place, definitely the route EVOS Divine should be taking now.
Yeah, I mean, piece of advice from EVOS Divine, or for EVOS Divine, like, do whatever AG did in that first match.
Oh, yeah.
Like, just stay passive from the beginning, and they have that sniping capability, so they can get elimination early in the game. And if anyone jump on them, at least they're not spread around, and there's definitely backup that would go for that takedown. And then later on, because even Russia can do it up close and personal, that's where they bring everything on. But we're going to jump into the green grass of Bermuda, and we're going to see who's going to get that booyah in the OG map.
Hey boy, let's hop on in here for game number 3 of the day. And let's see who makes their luck, or whether or not the flight path wants to bring some disaster. No, flight path's kind.
Bro, I'm here. I'm here. The flight path will always be kind.
Let's go, bro.
All right.
AG with a very early drop in here towards Sentosa, and luckily, nobody's going to be top dropping them. But Visaka Sriwijaya versus a team heavy at Cape Town. This is going to be a big fight for the Vietnamese squad.
Yeah, definitely. And WAG will be on Pochinok, which is very, very close, or I would say in the path of AG Global. So this is what I'm talking about. They place themselves where AG Global will be running towards them, and that is where the trouble comes in. So let's see if that is one thing that WAG, though, can take advantage. But for the early engagement, not so much is happening. It seems like some of the players didn't get so much of it. And as you are talking about earlier, the RNG is not on to Visaka Sriwijaya. All fists in hand, and mostly all weapons for Team Heavy.
It's like when you go play rock, paper, scissors, and you know your opponents are only going to do rock. But Team Flash, though, it's like the team of EVOS is fighting against a bunch of rocks that cannot shoot back at all as well. Aim guard with the double vectors, spotting a player, and the spray down onto Zom as well. As Ray will get the elimination, and the chase down, it's gotta be there. As, oh my goodness, a tree stops him dead in his tracks. This is just the gods of RNG helping Vietnam survive, helping Flash survive. A A tree helped him, Neptune.
That is it. That is luck. That is the luck that we're talking about. If it wasn't for
That
the
is
tree,
divine intervention.
that's nature intervention. If it wasn't for the tree, that could have been done already. But Evo's Divine still on the chase. Wang M is in trouble potentially as he tries to run away. Though he does have an AK-47, but the shot, and there goes FGL. Takedown, surprisingly, it was not escaped by Wang M. Thus, Evo's Divine grabbed their fourth.
Yeah, the FGL's definitely in meta right now to torture your opponent's souls behind anything. You know, walls, glue walls, thick, thin. You're going to be able to scowl them at best. Beautifully done. And CRM now left with a little cougar out there on the battlefield. 300 coins in hand. Needs to go... needs to beg for some coins before he can go shopping.
There's one doubt that they can pick up, so another extra 200 for him. But I think that is just the aftermath of what happened between Vamos and Core Memory. But here comes the play, the push against Ray right now. Ray is not really moving, and from there, finally, after trying to survive that sniper, Ray might be able to fight back, especially if he has that M590.
Wow! Ray, phenomenal stuff. But the game of numbers will catch up to him. And that takes out the player from the side of EVOS. And now, the Wonder Kid up against the sniper of Bigatron. Ezreal versus Russia. Both from Indonesia. But there can only be one king, baby. And the R1 scans out the position of the kid. So, well, Bigatron knows exactly where they got to hit here.
Let's see if they can hit, or will Israel just go in solo right now. But for Visaksa Vijaya, they need to move away. Team Heavy is on them, and Mufasa will try to go and take shots, but Gun's a little bit too quick. And XM8, with that damage, though slow in the fire rate, is bringing it on. But here comes Heavy going in for that pinch, and Guns will be going down. It's a good thing Gardo, though, is on his way to know who knows where, but at least they are safe.
Yeah, absolutely. But now, Russia! And he don't know. See, oh my lord! Keeps himself in here for 1 second extra, but his glue wall blocked out his own window, and then obviously that put him in a little bit of a pickle as he tried to turn around. He just got shot down. Bigatron now with the 5th point in the game, but that's not the end just yet for EVOS. It can still be a good run here for us,
Let's see on how they are going to run, or probably chase after the points at being taken down so many times. Now, Onyx Olympus right now, they have one scout on hangar, and GOW will try to go in for that push, but where did he come from? I thought he was in the tower, but he was up in the tree. Here comes the vehicle on smokes, and Ton will need to move away, but Dion, Groza in hand, managed to go in for that takedown.
Don't touch my brother, says the ad from afar, but Wings will clip him. Yanbin taken out of the equation as well. And Demon watching all of this breakdown, wondering if or not he wants to get involved. And now for Tan, it is a 1v4. A fight Tan just cannot win. Demon needs to run away as quickly as possible as Tan pulls the attention of the Onyx players away.
I mean, Tan would be heavy at this point because he is 1 ton. But he is dealing with 4 players, 4 of the Hedgehog, who will be rolling through. And Tan managed to escape, but no, again, not against Sairu. And still, they have Demon, who is alive and kicking, managed to bring back one of their teammates, but Demon will need to face against Adrian. But this M590 battle will end with Wings taking him down from far.
A good revival coming on through from GOW before those 2 boys got taken out of the equation. So the team survives, but of course, hard reset here. And Vietnam is going to be continuously seen on your screen, mainly because we've got so many of them in here. And Mufasa, beautiful shot from afar, will be able to gun down Guns himself, but the instant revival coming on through from Joel.
Yeah, Joel. Well, Visaksa Vijaya is on the revival spree. It is not looking good for them and still being chased by Heavy. Not chasing anymore. Powerful gameplay coming from Get Nice from the long range and the quick revival going through. The same goes for GOW. So 11 teams fighting. It is still anyone's game at this point, but we have a few teams that has already taken the lead in terms of points.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Now, don't forget to hit that like, guys, regardless of which platform you're watching on. And if you have joined us on our YouTube chat today, Neptune and I are very sorry. We will not be able to read your chat because Vietnam's gone crazy, right? The chat is impossible to read because everybody's in there. It is alive as Alan gets the headshot onto Guns as he flies away. And Visaka Srivijaya, though, will be able to play a little bit of recovery here. X-Ball Endgang going in for the chase. Alan will be able to make sure he secures the elimination as Obi brings his partner right back in here. Now, Joel is going to be caught out, but WAG not going in for the hunt as they expected them to.
Yeah, and for Core Memory, revival has happened on them, and Team Vamos is going against Heavy right now. One takedown has been done already, and Hans is just being waited out. Here comes, I would say, was that an RGS shot? Hans right now hit by the Axel that we have right now on the screen and the finisher. And there we have it. I think with all that noise, PE Sports will be joining them right here. AWM onto the Axel, getting a lot of damage.
Yeah, man. Beautiful AWM shot coming on through. And even if he does manage to get the knock, Axel will obviously be picked up instantaneously. The distance between PE Sports and Vamos just means that it's not going to be any clear engagements. And don't worry, Vietnam, you guys continue going crazy in the YouTube chat. We kind of understand here and there. And our deepest condolences for everything. Hopefully you guys are all right. But thank you for joining us here on the broadcast. We hope that we can keep you guys entertained. And I think it's a good sign that if you've got 8,000 people who are watching you and they don't care if you're not casting in their local mother tongue, but you're speaking in English and they're still here enjoying the broadcast. So I guess we're all right now.
We're all right. Everyone's happy at this point. And I'm seeing a lot of comments in English as well coming from our Vietnamese. So there are a few right there that do understand us despite of not like us.
No, they understand us. I can't understand what they are saying. They're chatting. They are chatting in their own mother tongue. Come on, guys. We would love for you guys to chat with us in English as well. Be involved in the conversation. Neptune and I are looking at the chat, all right? So you guys not only just say hello to us, but tell us, who do you think is going to be picking up the booyah? Who do you think is doing good? Who do you think is doing bad? And do you think that some of your Vietnamese teams want to go out there and hunt a couple of teams from the side of Malaysia or Indonesia? Let us know what are your thoughts in the comment section. As Vamos will have those teaser shots here, and Onyx will join the equation as well, as WAG and PE Sports now have a decent enough shot at engaging with Onyx.
You specifically mentioned those two regions, and here comes Malaysia as well as Indonesia in front of Vietnam. So it's a good thing that Vamos, though, managed to get away from the sides of WAG because they are not looking good at that point. But Onyx Olympus just moved in next door. Now let's see who will be giving the welcoming party. Would it be WAG or a different team? Probably PE Sports, who is not far away. But we also see a glimpse of AG Global right here. What? Alan right now, FGL, up close and personal, trying to put so much of pressure as well as an opening for the door that they're going to enter.
Oh, what a nade coming on through from WAG, breaking down the defenses as well. Onyx Olympus slayed where they stand, and a fantastic grenade dropping two players at the same time. But Wings back up on his feet already. WAG needs to finish what they started. X-Ball now through the second door. And Alan chips in yet another grenade as Onyx Olympus bite the dust. WAG going a little crazy there.
Yeah, like from 1 point to 5 real quick, and it is just Onyx Olympus who is unwelcome in that party. But for Visaksa Vijaya, they saw one of Evo's Divine and managed to take him out. But they also lost one of the players, which is Joel. Vamos is staying silent in the middle of the map between Riverside and Mill as Mufasa will try to probably snipe out anyone who will be looking, and the only suspected would be GOW. Endo managed to take down Hans on the other side and eliminate him, and there's a very little chance that he can be revived.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Shout out to Love Sun as well in the YouTube chat. And I did see quite a lot of comments coming on through that WAG is going to be able to grab this booyah in this game. So let's see if or not the chat has got this guess right, Neptune, because the last time we checked, WAG is doing pretty fine out there.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing fine. They grabbed the booyah, and they enroll to do it once again. But they didn't hunt for AG Global. They became passive at this point. They're not too aggressive. They don't want to be that inconsistent. And just to make sure that they can grab and farm as much point as possible from afar, and as well as get to the final circle.
Now, EVOS, WAG, big fight! And CRM helping WAG. Cougar getting the shot onto Krillin, but WAG just denying the opportunity of an ambush there. And EVOS will understand why that compound just cannot be messed with. But WAG needs to get smart, Nep, because the circle is about to leave them high and dry, and this next open ground is about to get a little messy.
And speaking of being messy, the second Jaya is now in a mess. Lao Ho managed to take down a couple of their players, and Team Vamos will be making a little bit of a noise with their footsteps, and that makes Obey a little bit anxious at this point. But for WAG, they have a good opening right now, but it might be about time for them to take this compound, because this is the safest spot that they can get if they want to go for the final circle.
Slower pace this time around as Heavy is the one that gets the final shot at GOW, taking them out of the equation. GOW out, doesn't matter. WAG, back-to-back booyah. And they also have got one more EVOS player right beside them to deal with. And the circle is going to help that little fish be shown in a little bit. Riptide Rhythm, what a play by Vamos. Aim got from the back, trying to take advantage here. What? WAG. What the hell? Aimgon just set up a launch pad and went in.
No, the question is, was that his own launch pad? Or he stole it away? But Alan right now not happy with that intrusion, so AimGod will be targeted. But on the side, Heavy will be taken out. Now, with only a few HP, I'm not sure if AimGod has any meds remaining for him. He runs away and run, AimGod run, but there's nowhere to go. But even Evo's Divine will not be able to move in terms of points. Now left with 5 teams remaining, and the Booyah takers of the day are still alive.
My goodness me. Look at this circle and look at where WAG is. This is good and this is bad. Bad because everybody wants this circle alongside WAG, and they might just be victim number 1. But CRM fighting AG Global, the two teams from Thailand doing battle against each other, and CRM knowing exactly what's good for them as they quickly back away. But those grenades now being popped from the side of Cypher, low on his HP, but the glue wall save does come on through from the back as well. And AG Global will be able to avoid heavy confrontation for the time being with CRM as CRM turns around to meet the players on the side of Vamos instead. And WAG got the damage in initially, but it was CRM laughing at the end as they pick off those points.
Yeah, let's see if West will be able to get away. All the pressure on him, unable to heal as fast as possible. But this might be it. Shots onto WAG, but no damage, or I would say 1 damage. But AG Global being taken down, and that is by Core Memory, bringing them to history. It's now 3 teams remaining, 4v3. BTR is still alive and kicking, but for not for long, because Dix is already down. Core Memory will try to go for the rush, and Cougar tries to fight back. He did so, and Core Memory goes in, survives this battle. Now it's WAG against the Thailand introductory.
And it's a very smart maneuver coming through from WAG as Core Memory got distracted with that battle. WAG quickly repositioned, took that high ground advantage, and now with that high ground advantage, X-Ball can pop off, gets a long shot, but will get traded out by Cougar and his M590. Allen in the CQC, outpowers Dawn, and WAG still with 3 players on for the hunt for the final one. Cougar backing away, but it's just about time as Cyrus finds him, puts him on the ground, and WAG FFWAG screams booyah!
Yeah, but back to back, and this is all the power that chat is bringing Vietnam right now. They are getting all those points, getting all those elimination, and getting all those booyah for their fellow man.
It's Vietnam's day, baby. So 2 for 2 now for Yun So. The first one got stolen away by AG Global, and obviously that one we cannot argue. It was a phenomenal game, 24 eliminations. Even if they didn't get the booyah, they would still be in that #1 spot. But we have to give props to WAG. They have now done what AG Global could not do, which is consistently bring in those back-to-back booyahs and consistently remain on top with the numbers, even if they have already gone to that final circle in that previous round. They showed us that they do know how to manage the situation here on this game as well. Brilliantly executed all the way down to the end.
Yeah, definitely brilliance. They know how to position themselves, even know when to choose the fight. And we saw, as mentioned earlier, the passiveness coming from WAG.
Yeah.
Most of the time, it's more of aggression. And that's the reason as well why the inconsistency is happening. Because the moment they get that booyah, they rush into every engagement and then they bomb out. So they lose out the opportunity to take the final circle. But once they do, they know how to prioritize on each team, whatever rotation they're doing. They even remain silent while core memory is going for the engagement and then waited for the perfect opportunity for taking those booyah.
I mean, the accuracy with the launchpad play on top of everything else is just next level stuff out of WAG. Anticipating exactly how they can play their defensive in the final circle and choosing to be the first team to fly in. But waiting for the timing as well, right? They were waiting for the gunshots. They had already put out that launch pad and they just said, wait, we don't want to use it yet until they start fighting. The moment the team started fighting on the opposite side of the battlefield, WAG goes in for the reposition. That was big brain play and instrumental to their survival to the very end of that matchup. I mean, crazy stuff, crazy decision making, and it all paid off here in FF.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, there was a chance as well that they can take advantage of their position against Team Vamos, but they don't know exactly who or how many is on there, but they know that there's a team in that specific compound. That would be one of the best because they will be in the edge of the circle, but still, the decision is quite well to chase Aim God. Remember the Aim God who managed to launch pad in front of them, and that is just disrespect, and WAG didn't take that easily, so they chase on him and then move up against the rest of the teams where they have an opening for any gunshots that they will be taking.
Yeah, absolutely. The disrespect was freaking hilarious to watch as well, right? I mean, he saw an opportunity and he took it for himself, but he repositioned. But obviously, he was going to get caught out for that one. He didn't expect it, though. He just tried to play the game of survival because there's no way in hell he was just going to run across the battlefield and not be shot down by anyone, right? There's just way too many other players in there. So good decision making. He was overall surviving long enough, but Russia this time didn't get to pop off them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's one thing as well why they are being taken down a little bit early. It's not that they're breaking off from formation. They're not just making those decisions. At some point, Russia will be left behind and the rest of the teams will be chasing against other players, and then it will leave Russia open. And it was just a revival spree or a revival tag between all these players from EVO's Divine, thus making it difficult for them to really catch up in terms of point and resources that they can use for that final circle. So we're going to go for the interview right now and bring back Yunsu as well as WAG.
Feeling surprised since it's our second time in our interview. Hello everybody, I'm Yunsu and right next to me is WAG Cyrus. So let's jump into our first questions immediately. How do you feel after the second booyah and how you and your team can keep the spirit to fight the better and better? Xin chào Cyrus, thì rất là vui khi một lần nữa được thấy một đội tuyển Việt Nam ở trên bàn phỏng vấn cùng với Yusu. Thì không biết là hiện tại sau cái booyah thứ hai này thì Cyrus đang cảm thấy như thế nào và làm sao mà mọi người có thể giữ được lửa để chúng ta thi đấu ngày càng tốt hơn thế ạ?
Sau cái booyah thứ hai là giúp mình thoải mái hơn và team mình cũng vậy.
Nhưng mà làm sao mọi người có thể giữ lửa để mà chiến đấu được hay đến như thế vậy ạ?
Tụi mình cố gắng động viên nhau và làm tinh thần cho nhau để thoải mái nhất có thể.
Cho Duy biết là mọi người sẽ động viên nhau như thế nào được không?
Nói chuyện vui vẻ, nhiều chuyện để nói.
Rất là nhiều chuyện để nói. I feel really relieved after our second booyah because this will boost for us the motivation to become the team of the day. So I asked him, how could you guys keep the spirit to play this good? And he said that we just having little talks, small talks but matter. So that is how we keep our spirit to play the best in the next game. So into our second questions, I saw that there is a very good combat with you and our opponents in the house of the map. It was really intense, you guys. So I would like to ask, who is the main caller and how can you guys play that stable, very very stable and silent like that? Thì ở trong một cái pha combat ở gần cuối bo thì Yusu có thấy là WAG combat rất là căng thẳng ở trong một ngôi nhà cùng với một đội tuyển đối thủ. Thì Yusu thắc mắc rằng là lúc đó là ai là người con chính và làm sao mọi người có thể giữ được cho mình một cái tâm thế bình tĩnh đến như thế để mà có thể thắng được cái pha đấy vậy ạ?
Tụi mình cùng nhau quyết định công để tụi mình có một đường đi bo thoải mái nhất.
Vậy thì ai là người con chính ở trong cái pha giao tranh đó ạ?
Con giao tranh là Alan quyết định giao tranh.
Bởi vì hôm nay dù sao chúng ta cũng thấy Alan thi đấu rất là tốt ở game thứ ba này. Thì Cyrus cảm thấy là Alan là một người đồng đội như thế nào đối với mình ạ?
Alan, em và Alan rất là thân với nhau nên là rất là hòa đồng.
Rất là ăn ý cùng với nhau bởi vì mình thân nhau mà đúng không? So basically in that combat, we just feel like we need to play our best, just shoot everyone we see. That is how we make our road to the circles to feel better when we move. So Alan is the main caller, and of course, since Alan and Cyrus are very close together, so that's why they can understand each other just like the best teammates. Into our third questions, because we are currently playing very good right now, the fire, the heat is here, so maybe WAG will become everyone's sides. Do you feel scared about this? How do you feel? Bởi vì hiện tại là chúng mình đang thi đấu quá tốt rồi, cho nên điểm số cũng đang rất là cạnh tranh với nhau. Và ngày hôm nay, thậm chí là tuần này cũng là một cái ngày đua điểm rất là căng thẳng. Thì Cyrus cảm thấy như nào khi mà mình đang là tâm điểm của tất cả mọi đội ạ? Có cảm thấy sợ hãi hay là lo lắng hay gì không?
Không, tụi mình rất là bình tĩnh.
No, obviously no. We feel very normal, nothing to be afraid of. Cảm ơn Cyrus rất là nhiều và mong rằng là một lần nữa vẫn sẽ thấy được một thành viên khác đến từ WAG lên đây phỏng vấn cùng với Yusun nhé. Cố lên nhé mọi người. And thank you so much for watching our interview. And now let's head back to our caster and see the game starts.
Thank you very much, Cyrus, as well as Yun Sul. The confidence is slowly oozing out from WAG. I mean, earlier with Clearin, it's still a shy guy, but everything that he says has confidence. Now, Clearin is slowly showing that as well, even a little bit smile, and it also shows, especially from the answers that he made in there. He just went in there, and I think the proper way of saying it is it's not just shooting everyone inside. There's no hesitation because they do have that confidence.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is exactly what I was talking about, right? Vietnamese squads need to be confident in their gameplay. Just go out there because you can do it. And WAG is proving exactly that. And I don't think it's just WAG. I think Heavy can do it. I think GOW can do it. PE Sports, recently, they have not shown us that they can do it. But I know even PE Sports can do it out there as well, right? I know I've missed Team Flash, but Team Flash has not done it in a long, long time.
I mean, they try. They still are showing those aggression, but most of the time it is failing. But let's see right now as our MVP, it was Alan. Big shout out to Alan, especially coming from Cyrus earlier. 6 elimination, 27-63 on the damage, and 7 knockdown. Tatsuya, the rusher of the team, and once again with the Woodpecker in hand as well as Dreki. So this is his second MVP for today, and it's not just a personal win. It is more of a team win because later on we're going to see how much points they brought in. And I know that from the beginning of that match, it was slow for WAG, but they managed to catch up. They might not have taken probably the same as AG Global or probably the same as what they had earlier when they grabbed the Booyah, but is this enough for them to bring them to that #1 spot?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be the bigger question out there. Exact same lineup of character skills. They have not changed anything within their active and passive lineup. And I think Krillin was a monster out there, right? He had the Alvaro, he had the Kairos as well, the EPs just blazing on through, and he had the Coda. He got the information and he didn't wait for anybody else. He just gave them that info and he pushed on forth. And you had Cyrus linking on into either Alan or Krillin with the electrotherapy, and that was a very, very deadly combo overall. And X-Ball, as usual, very effective on the snipes. Quite a number of shots he hit from afar, but unfortunately, we could not find many of those conversions, Neptune.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, not quite sure what's happening with Xbor though, because from earlier we saw that he had a good chance of going for a takedown against one opponent or probably two, but he misses those shots and he's the one who received those damage. So let's see if this is something that can be changed. But for the rest of the teams, they did manage to bring up a few points. But same goes with Clearin though, no points, no elimination at this point. But with this, it is 10 plus a 12. So 22 points in total. But as we look later on onto the standings, we might see if they will be able to take the #1 spot. But for the key players, AJ.
The key players is just all about Vietnam. Lao Ho jumping on in here as well to tag in with Alan and Krillin for the highlights. Man comes through for the damage of 3,055. 7 knockdowns out of Alan. Krillin with the 8 headshots in total. 8 assists in total, obviously getting the highlights. But the more important thing is there is only one flag that has been waved from the previous game into this game, and that is for Vietnam. Question is, can they continue to do that? They've got so many teams fighting today at the same time. The probabilities are high.
Yeah, probabilities are high, but as we look at the game standing, some of them are failing those probabilities. With WAG 22 points, BTR with 21, the same goes with Core Memory, and this is a good run though for BTR, because judging from where they are earlier, it might be their chance to take the #1 spot. And when we look for AG Global, not so much of points, so doing well or very, very well on one game and then just doing averages on the next few games, this might bring them down and hopefully they can recover.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And of course, we have got Bigatron Delta, 3 games in a row, very consistent, and that is going to put them at the very top of the leaderboard as they dethrone AG from the #1 spot. No booyah, no problem, says Indonesia. Bigatron Esports looking to conquer, but of course, it is not going to be just about getting into that final circles. We want to see a couple of booyahs from them as well, but if, of course, they can maintain this sort of a consistency, nobody's going to complain. I know sure as hell Conchita Caroline is not going to complain because she is, even though she doesn't get to interview these boys, they're going to be happy that Indonesia is #1.
Yeah, definitely Indonesia is #1 for this moment. But the question is for how long? For Onyx Olympus, I mean, they did well as well for today. There's a lot of changes that has been done, especially when they were pushed down out of that top 12, and they were waiting for the opportunity to pop off. And now they are popping up right now, not only on Battlefield, but probably because they have an amazing device that they're using. This is the Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra, top tier performance, can be squeezed out, especially when you're playing with this phone.
Absolutely. S25, the Galaxy S25 Ultra, comes with the next-gen Snapdragon 8 Elite Galaxy processor featuring an enhanced Vulkan engine as well as improved ray tracing technology, delivering outstanding performance, lifelike graphics, as well as a smooth gaming experience. And of course, with the powerful AI capabilities, Neptune, top-tier performance is what you can expect out of the Galaxy S25 Ultra.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, top-tier performance, similar to what we are seeing right now. Top-tier performances, especially from WAG and Vietnam. But BTR, as you mentioned, no booyah, no problem. They can bring in a lot in terms of elimination. So let's look at the game schedule right now. And we know for a fact that 2 has been taken by WAG. The only question is, who will be taking that next map? It is Kalahari right now. And judging from the record for the numbers, it looks like it might be a chance for Bigatron Esports to be able to pull away from everyone who's following them, because it might be very, very close, but they are top in board in this map.
I mean, Bigatron knows Kalahari like the back of their hands. They have got 2 Booyahs there so far, and you can expect to see them on the #1 spot for dominance, followed by EVOS Divine, a team that has not waken up just yet. But look at this. Who do we see down here? Only 1 Booyah so far on Kalahari. No problem, bro, because if they get into the final circle yet again, Vietnam slowly but surely will be clawing up to the top. So both EVOS and Bigatron better watch out. Bigatron because they're coming for their spot. EVOS because it's going to be a little bit too late to start chasing WAG if they don't start at Kalahari now.
Yeah, definitely. And looking at or reviewing the game standings earlier, today's standings, they are even below PE Sports. So it's tough really for EVOS Divine right now. Not quite sure what's happening for them, but we have some assumption that we threw out already. But we are now jumping in to the desert lands of Kalahari, and we're going to see where they're going to drop as well as start that engagement. So let's go.
It's Kalahari time, baby. As we hop on in there, let's see if or not Vietnam can sneak away yet another. Delena in the chat, and she's wondering exactly how Vamos is doing. Not too bad, Delena, in the 5th spot. They, as long as they're not in 12th, I think it's a lucky day. But seeing Malaysia in top 6 is actually makes me feel pretty good.
Yeah, I mean, it's surprising, I would say, because of how they perform from the knockout stage, from early parts of the knockout stage. But let's see right about now, because they're heading into southern part of this map. Bayfront will be the area where Onyx Olympus is. Not so much of hot drop, but for Visakha Sriwijaya, not even landing, and PE Sports managed to take one of them down. Now Gardu will try to respond, but not so much of damage, and Kang goes in for the hit, and SKS from Nero brings him down. 2 down already, 1 recovery done, and still a pickup is waited. But this might just be a trap brought in by PE Sports, and with the spread of PE Sports, it is looking like a difficult position for Visakha Sriwijaya.
How are they going to get out of this sticky situation? Visakha Guns has got the vending machine, but no money on him at all. Good glue wall by LBT to block out these shots, but now in the 2v1 and the electrotherapy doing his work, but the guy's got a Trogon, and LBT doing the damage, and Asgard with a P90 out of nowhere, and the rate of fire on that SMG instantly puts down 2 players on the side of Visakha Sriwijaya. Joel, 200 coins in his pocket, and he's desperately trying to look for some coins, and the shots from the back, and the hook gun helping Joel quickly reposition, and in the meantime, we catch up as well with AG Global and Team Flash doing a little bit of a battle here, but it seems like Team Flash is the one chasing AG.
Yeah, not so much a battle, more of a chase right now. They're playing tag at this point. So AG Global, I'm seeing only 3, but on the other side, GOW will be putting a lot of pressure on EVOS Divine. So this is the Wolves against the Tiger. Name God cooking that nade. Not quite sure if it's aimed onto that vehicle, but he cannot move. There goes the takedown. Max 7 from Yanbin, quick enough to not be noticed, and the rest of EVOS Divine cannot do anything from that part.
And it's a little unfortunate, but thankfully no eliminations too severe that they cannot recover from. Onyx will be looking for a little bit of trouble here. They do have open grounds right ahead of them, but they're trying to get a drop onto a CRM player because they clearly see the team does not want to fight. They just want to quickly reposition. But CRM, very sneaky as they quickly maneuver around. Kochil brings Ray back in, as that elimination was not going to put them on the back foot. But now Yanbin and Dian up against Aim God, who has nothing at this point of time. Bye-bye, Aim God, we say.
Didn't even move. Didn't even flinch at that point, and the rest of the team will be riding away into the sunset from Stone Ridge to nowhere. They did use that binocular just to make sure to that this area is clear and they can loot up. Onyx Olympus sees Ton in the skies and tries to shoot him down, but no finisher just yet. Aim God has been revived by Gracia and EVOS Divine for the reset.
gotta take the drone out of the skies first. No eye in the sky for you, says Onic. CRM now. R1 used up. They know exactly where to find them. Well, roughly at least.
See? GOW. Only one remaining at this point. And Team Vamos is just roaming around. Demon, VSK in hand. The Axel a little bit too close. Will it be a surprise? There goes the hit. And the Axel, Bison in hand. Riptide Rhythm as well up close and personal. GOW is out on 12. And Team Vamos, as we were talking about earlier, they're doing good.
I mean, they're doing fantastically well at this point of time. But Azrael, 6 HP on the man, has his final medkit. So it looks like Azrael's getting taken out shortly. Kyung, on the other hand, up against Hans. Hans only with the secondary. Come on, Hans. And Kyung is going to be able to catch him. Bye-bye, Hans. Azrael, on the other hand, backing away from Get Nice. Get Nice up against Koja. Drogon in the hands of Koja. Rate of fire is there, but Get Nice just needs one good shot as Koja has not been able to recover just yet. Get Nice a little bit distracted, turning around, and the ice grenade will get the drop onto Kyung. And Koja snuffed out as well. And all of a sudden, Heavy turning the tables on Bigatron.
Yeah, and Bigatron will be running with their tails between their legs for the moment, and only one will be revived. Now, BTR will need to find a drop spot, that is clear. And we still have 11 teams remaining at this point and 35 survivors. For AG Global, though, they found Shin, takes him down, but this pulls in the rest of the team. And with this duo, I don't think they have enough to go for the fight. But Binocular has been used, and spots 2. Not quite sure if they also sees 1 coming back from that revive, but ABCDE might be the next target for Sypha right now.
Yeah, man. Sypha will be able to get into a little bit of a better position, but backup from his shotgun players are not there. Here comes the rush as well from Zom and ABCD, looking for the drop. Sypha does have the P90. Oh, look at you. It's on standby with the grenade in hand. Question is, can he cook it up well? Just like that perfect half-boiled egg.
Or will it reach, even if it's well cooked? That is the question, because it's quite far. There goes Riptide Rhythm and a takedown on one player.
Oh,
ABCD
beautiful.
will be followed up as well. There we have it. It is not looking good for Team Flash at the moment, and Shin moves away, but he's still spotted. And here comes 2 of the players, a little bit too close though. And not quite sure what's happening. And there goes the hit. A little bit delayed for Shin, but he goes down as well as the entire squad of Team Flash.
Nani? What was Shin doing? I mean, obviously he was not going to be able to hide away in the tight little corner. My goodness, that was a waste, because P90 up against a sniper in a situation like that, at least he would have been and he had the amount of time on him as well to get that knock and elimination before getting taken out. Because at the end of the day, AG still in the fight. And EVOS, on the other hand, with the players lost round after round, I guess Danley was correct. She cursed them.
She did. I didn't know.
And Danley's curse lives on.
Even without her on the desk. Sorry, Danley.
Unfortunate.
But it's tough though. I don't know what's happening with EVOS Divine. It's like they are doing well from the first part of our phase 1 of knockout stage, even from the previous days. And that's why they are part of our list. But seems like they don't want to. They don't want to be our predictions in terms of getting into the grand finals. They might just be delayed. I'm quite sure. We just have no intel on what's happening right now. But it looks like they're in a quarrel, like literally, because everyone's far apart. There's no cohesion. There's no like similar movement. There's no chemistry from what I'm seeing.
Well, Vamos might be able to show us a little bit of chemistry, I think, here. As they have a good enough spot to work against Onyx Olympus. Onyx with a decent defensive spot to work for. FGL double shot, make that triple shot. Just tickling wings a little bit.
Yeah, just a tickle. Really didn't hurt that much. And well, since there's no takedown, I think Vamos, or hopefully Vamos, will not be rushing in against Onyx Olympus. They do have the high ground and a good vantage point against them. And we're also looking at the second going to third phase of the circle. But for Visaksa Vijaya, they might have missed one of the players from Bigatron Esports, which is Dix, who just strolling around, probably waiting for the opportunity. It's not just him, another play with him as well. But on the other side, Zoo managed to take down the Wonder Kid, which is Rasia.
Sniper versus sniper battle. An AG Global win that out up against EVOS. But an instant revival coming on through. And Joel snuffed out by LBT. Guns and his buddy. But PE Sports, they want to fight. But they cannot be too cheeky here because EVOS on that left-hand side. They should be able to sneak off a couple of knocks here on PE Sports if they take that high ground advantage over this command post area.
And for Gardo right now, I think he reeled in the rest of the players, or all the players from PE Sports, giving time for the rest to fly in and use that launch pad in a safe spot. But we'll have to see, though. There's still one on the map right now, or two on the map right now, which is Obey, as well as one more. But the Exel will be flying solo as Heavy is paying heavy damage against them. June will be taken out. Here comes the run and a takedown. M590. It's not even up close.
Well, vamos. Adios. Unfortunately, they were trying to get away. And Heavy just said, nope, it's the time for Vietnam, baby. Our brothers WAG have already done it, and now Heavy wants to do it as well. Do what? Bring the camera over to them beside Yunsol.
Yeah, let's see if this will be another Vietnam booyah. But BTR right now, I mean, not really chasing so much on elimination at this point, but this is where, or that is where they took the lead against WAG. So they're playing safe, not really too overconfident, but I know there is a plan for them. Staying in the edge of the circle, making sure that they are having an opening of any compound that they want to take. But for WAG and AG Global, the chase continues, and AG Global, it is the crosshairs of X-Ball.
Yeah, X-Ball. M82B in hand. Can use the Riptide Rhythm, but just choosing to shoot at their glue walls. If X-Ball had used that Riptide Rhythm, I don't think AG Global would be surviving much longer out here. Unfortunate, that was a big miss by WAG. But of course, the Skyler's kill is untimely on the side of X-Ball. AG Global, on the other hand, with the very quick reposition up against CRM now, they can play a little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, CRM also an edge of the circle, and WAG in the middle, or somewhat in the middle of everyone. And AG Global flies into the sights of Dawn. And Dawn right now, but it is Saifa who goes down, and this advantage that X4 is waiting for. There goes Riptide Rhythm, not really taking down any of the glue walls except for one, and AG Global still managed to survive.
Now let's look at the loadout here. Allen with a level 3 farmers in hand. Great burst fire, but not as effective if he gets caught out by the super sniper on the opposite side. AG Global looking for this game to make their way back in here. And the fight between AG and WAG could break out. But the problem here is CRM could once again disrupt the play of their Thai brothers and give the advantage over to WAG.
Yeah, it seems like CRM is being pulled in by any engagement. The moment that it sort of dies down, that's where they swoop in. So hopefully they don't regard that they are also on the edge of the next circle. And binoculars has been used, and spotting 4 on this side. But AG Global's not letting go. They're not letting up, despite of the blue challenging them and damaging them as well. The
nice.
CRM might be bringing them some trouble.
Oh, look at this. WAG, they put up the portal go, but that was just a distraction. What a smart play from AG. AG is going for it. As the portal goes set up, distraction is there. They don't reposition just yet, but I don't understand this trick coming on from them because the circle is obviously going to put in a massive amount of damage. WAG uses that chaos to find the reposition, but will be punished by jump. And the very quick save coming on through, but the Riptide Rhythm breaking down those defenses, but the pickup is done on time. WAG with the instant recovery.
Yeah, let's see if they'll be able to fight back. There's 3 teams in here, plus Visaka Vijaya will be jumping in, but instantaneously has been taken down by Nero. And let's see, as the 2 players from AG Global, the remaining 2 players, is trying to go and sneak in a few of those eliminations, but WAG's not letting go, but it is shots from afar that's bringing them down, bringing everyone down in this area. And this is opportunity for AG to steal all those elimination. AG Global sneaky in this game.
I mean, how a crazy steal comes through with the ice grenade. It has to be timed really well, and that's exactly what we saw out of Cypher. Due out of the equation already. Barros and Cypher holding on for their squad. They won those placement points, and they also won a few more eliminations on their side, but now Heavy in a 3v2 should be able to put a stop to AG Global's run right here, but they need to play their timing right.
Need to play it right, but Battle's a little bit too aggressive though, up close and personal, not so much of an opening, and he goes down, and this might be it. Only player of AG Global, and there goes the team wipeout, not only on AG Global, but also in CRM, and 14 elimination. They need to move in with the blue though, and it is an open onto the other side, but AG still alive though. There's still 1 player showing in the map.
That's crazy. AG still holding on through Cypher with the medkit, and now the launch pad will put it in the outside the circle. AG scrambling on it, and PE Sports seems like they have spotted AG flying on it. And look at the next circle. PE Sports moving on in, and Lao Ho says, no, baby. Takes out Cypher from the equation. And now, once again, Vietnam looking to bring us to Yun Su.
It is a roll for Vietnam right now. Once again, there is no choice at this point. It is just going to Vietnam. The only question is who will grab that Booyah. PE Sports with a good running. Get Nice already down. And Mufasa outside of the blue trying to tank it. But also Nero and Nkang putting the damage. M590 from all of them. And there goes that Oscar to break down the glue wall. PE Sports, a Booyah once again for Vietnam.
The comeback for the squad that represented Vietnam at the Esports World Cup last year at Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. The team that motivated the whole region of Vietnam to dream big. The team that started it all is back with a Booyah, baby. Question is, how many more can they serve up? This one should be able to boost them up the leaderboard just a little bit more, at least to find their spot beside WAG.
It seems like Vietnamese teams are really hyped up. A lot of motivation coming in because all the viewers out there are coming from their region. So it's something else really that surprised me. All the energy coming from most of viewers out here that is coming from Vietnam are being absorbed by the Vietnamese team, and even PE Sports, who we didn't expect to get a Booyah because of how they performed from the past, is now rocking it right now.
Chaos, determination, confidence. And now Vietnam is confident that somebody, one team from their nation is going to qualify through this day in that #1 spot. The question is, who is it going to be? Obviously, WAG looked like the favorites to grab that spot, but now with PE Sports pulling a Booyah out of nowhere, they put themselves in contention for the #1 spot. But guess what, Nev? We only have 2 more games to get the job done.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, time is running out for today. Yes, there is a chance for tomorrow, but the reset will be quite a tedious task. So why
Yeah.
not do it today? Why not? Well, they started it off already. Why not finish it? That is the challenge that we have for the Vietnamese teams right here. Because for the other teams who are consistent, well, probably not getting the booyah, but consistent in grabbing the points, they might be a challenge, the biggest challenge that they have to face. So it's either you take them down or you perform better compared to them.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, maybe you want to be like Vamos, understanding that they are going up against CRM. So they take their hot rub against them and show them who's boss at the opener of the day, just to play some mind games with this team of CRM. And it clearly worked because CRM has been crushed ever since now.
Yeah, but there are a few. I think they don't want to lose that easily, and we still have 2 more matches to catch up. And well, I'll have to find out a lot of things that's mind-boggling at this point. But this is something that might clear it up, especially once we jump in to the interview. I'm pretty sure a question will be thrown in as to how they're feeling right now, because their performance from the past is abysmal. So, and that is an understatement, especially from what we've seen.
Absolutely, man. And of course, it's not always that we have seen PE Esports rise up to the top, grab a booyah for themselves. And when we have, they have followed up the very next game by getting kicked out early. So I hope Yunsul asked them what's up with that, right? Because we do not want to see PE Esports get eliminated early in this next game after the break. But before the break, let's throw the camera over to Yunsul and the team that just picked up the solid booyah, PE Esports.
Ooh, it's giving me chills. This is our third booyah belong to the Vietnam teams. And again, hello everybody, I'm Yunsul, and right next to me is PE Sport Nero. Hi Nero. It has been a long time I haven't seen you on my interview section. So, are you still the main caller of the team? Still the main bomber? Xin chào Nero, rất là lâu rồi mới được gặp lại Nero ở trên bàn phỏng vấn cùng với Yusu. Thì mình muốn thắc mắc một chút là hiện tại Nero có vẫn là main caller của đội không mà? Mình vẫn là ở vị trí chính đấy chứ?
Dạ có.
Với cái thể thức này thì Nero cảm thấy là cái vai trò của mình nó trở nên khó khăn và nặng nề hơn không, hay là dễ dàng hơn cho mình thôi?
Em nghĩ là bình thường ạ.
Bạn dễ dàng thích nghi đúng không? Okay ạ. So I asked him that like you guys heard already, is he still the main caller? And yes, I am still the main caller. And with the new format, I think I can adapt this pretty easily. Into our second questions. So yesterday it has been a bombastic day for PE Sports since they has their first booyah. But after that, it's kind of not easy for PE Sports, but today they have come back. So can I ask, what did you guys do? Planning new tactics or do anything to bring the heat back into the game? Thì ngày hôm qua chúng ta đã có một ngày thi đấu rất là bùng nổ khi mà mình có được một cú booyah đầu tiên. Nhưng mà có vẻ như là sau đó thì đội tuyển của mình gặp rất là nhiều sự bất lợi ở trong game và dẫn đến những tình huống không đáng tiếc. Vậy thì ngày hôm nay mọi người đã quay trở lại rồi. Thì Yusun muốn biết rằng là mọi người đã làm gì cùng với nhau, hay là đã lên cho mình những chiến thuật mới, hay đơn giản hơn là Nero có thể chia sẻ cho chúng mình nghe được không ạ?
Nghĩ là chắc cho bọn em chơi khá là thiếu suy nghĩ, và hôm qua thì bọn em mới bị anh Phước sấy rồi nên nay bắn khá là hay hơn.
Anh Phước sấy chắc là nghe cũng khá là căng thẳng đúng không ạ? Vậy thì sau cú booyah này mọi người có cảm thấy nhẹ nhõm hơn chưa ạ? Thoải mái để mình thi đấu tiếp chưa?
Mình thì khá là bình thường thôi, bởi vì quãng đường còn phía trước còn khá là dài nên mình không chủ quan.
Yesterday, I think we met a lot of struggles. We feel difficulties from other teams a lot, and maybe the heaviest part here is we got boosted up, we got pushed back to the road by our boss, DNP. So that's why we feel a lot of pressure from him. That is why he pushed us until now to get this booyah. But overall, I feel it's pretty normal because this is still a long way for us to get into the final. So currently, maybe after this booyah, we feel normal, but also a little bit excited to get back into the road. So PE Sports, I've asked these questions to many teams a lot, that currently there are 5 Vietnamese teams, right? But how would you rate other teams like CRM from Thailand or Onyx from Indonesia? Thì Yusu hỏi câu này rất là nhiều đến các đội tuyển khác rồi, là chúng ta đang có 5 đội tuyển Việt Nam, nó khá là căng thẳng ấy. Nhưng mà ngoài lề đó ra đi thì Nero đang cảm thấy như thế nào về các đội tuyển khác như là CRM đến từ Thái Lan hay là Onyx đến từ Indonesia, những đội tuyển khác đi?
Em thấy mấy team khác cũng khá là bình thường, cũng nói chung là bọn em cũng không ngán team nào.
Có đánh giá gì về những team đối thủ cạnh tranh với mình không?
Dạ em không.
Không có sự đánh giá nào hết ở đây. Currently, I feel like for other team like I said him, CRM or Onyx Olympus, to me they are pretty normal. And first of all, we are not scared of them at all. And yes, we still play our best to give the best performance to the audience. Cảm ơn Nero rất là nhiều và đây là một điều rất là bất ngờ ngày hôm nay bởi vì Việt Nam chúng ta đang thi đấu quá là tốt đi, cho nên là chúng ta đã có WAG rồi và tiếp đến là PE Sport, nên là mong rằng là mọi người vẫn sẽ giữ được cái nhiệt này và thi đấu tốt nhất ở trong những game còn lại nhé. Chúc mừng Nero và PE Sport một lần nữa, hy vọng sẽ được thấy mọi người ở trên bàn phỏng vấn cùng với Yusu. Thank you so much for watching our interview and now let's head back to the caster and see the game stats.
Thank you very much, Nero from PE Sports, and also Yunsul for that 3 interviews already in a row. But I love how PE Sports is evolving right now. And they did mention that they had a little bit of pressure, or probably a lot of pressure, from their boss. But you know how it is. You don't make diamonds without pressure. And they are diamonds in the rough at this point. And I think they can be polished if they be consistent all throughout the end.
I mean, sometimes we need to threaten some of our team members to make sure they don't sleep on the job. And it looks like just the right amount of threat was put out by DNP to tell the boys, you know what, you better step it up. You better bring a booyah back home. And the hustle was on. But it's not just by PE. Heavy as well. Massive number of eliminations from Heavy this time around. But of course, let's go back to Nero here. 4 eliminations, 2,565 on the damage, 8 knockdowns in total. There's Steffi to block out all of those nade damage, and Todia to be an absolute gangster out there on the battlefield. And the EP battle versus the damage reduction out of that J Beebs just makes this Fleur into the perfect support tank out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Nero is just building up EP shield points, whatever he can, so that they can be a little bit stronger in the battlefield. SKS in hand, as well as the Bomber, Beaston. As we look into the rest of the teams, this is one of the team that will be bringing in Oscar, and that was useful, especially in the final circle, breaking down through the glue walls and finishing off the final player that they are going against, especially with Zane as well. We've seen this, not so much though, but most of the time in Clash Squad, but I guess in Indonesian teams as well. So they are bringing in with this on the meta of the teams that have been getting all those booyahs from the past.
Yeah, absolutely, man. Let's look at the numbers here. A total of 14 eliminations through the roster of PE Sports, and this is a very decent one. When WAG walked in with 12 eliminations, I said it's damn good. 14, obviously, it gets the it gets the blue tick from the mustachio.
Well, that will definitely boost them up into the leaderboard. In a bit, we're going to see the key players. This is Mufasa. Well, 8 elimination, 33-63 on the damage, and he is just a support at this point. But with Nero, with 8 assists as well, and he's an MVP for the team. And it is just Team Heavy Vietnam being energized all throughout because of all the fans that's watching right now on official YouTube channel of Free Fire.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, everybody is popping off. Vietnam is on fire. And Mufasa is so lethal out there. But of course, PE Sports, once again, 26 points in total. But Heavy, just 1 point behind them. That game, that lobby was all out Vietnam, baby.
Yeah, definitely. And AG Global, though, is still back on track. WAG for this instance didn't do so much, so the chase between the two teams might be averted at some point, but it will still be very close. For BTR, they didn't put up so much as well, so they might be losing that #1 spot, and it will be going to AG Global. But who's close behind? Not only is BTR or Bigatron Esports, but WAG and now PE Sports with that booyah.
Wow. AG Global at the top, I totally understand. But consistency from Bigatron Delt obviously is going to keep them at the top. WAG and now joined by PE in the top 5. This is very, very impressive. And look at Heavy. Because of that massive performance, they're not too far away at all. I think collectively, this YouTube chat, you and me, we are manifesting quite a bit of heavy. Vietnam is present out there. You know what? We have got 2 more games, Neptune. I will not mind seeing Neptune, seeing Yunsul 2 more times.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. We want to see more of Yunsul because we don't want to disappoint the fans out there as well. But for now, we just finished our 4th match, and you know how it is. We're going to go for a quick break. When we return, the remaining matches for today continue. So, see you soon.
Days 1, 2, and 3. The same format continues with underdogs ranked 15th to 17th. Each day crowns a new finalist. Week 6, the last chance. The final 11 teams, as well as the 18th team, compete across 3 days in 18 total matches. The top 6 teams will secure a spot in the grand final. No second chances, only the worthy will rise. Clash Squad mode. Before the grand final, the top 8 teams from Phase 1, based on the overall standings, will clash in a Swiss-style tournament. Key dates: Round 1, May 22. Round 2, May 29. The top 4 teams from this stage will advance to the final day of Clash Squad mode, which follows a single elimination format. The winners gain extra preparation time for the grand final. Grand Final, Champion Rush, Last Squad Standing. The ultimate showdown begins. Teams carry their momentum from earlier stages. Objective: reach 80 points and secure a booyah in the next game to be crowned champion. If no team achieves this after 10 matches, the highest scoring team wins. No retries, no excuses, just one path: victory or nothing. New feature: live broadcast situation. This season's live streams will include live in-game challenges. Who will rise? Who will face punishment? Don't miss a single stream. More than a game, it's your legacy on the line. Will you survive or become a legend? Challenge your limits.
Minutes to gameplay. The only question is who will be eliminated first.
And electrotherapy makes the difference here. EVOS Divine. Get him. Oh.
ดีครับดี
Bro, might have just hit a brick wall that they cannot get out of. Falcons again with the better rotation, better decision making, gets the second booyah of the night.
Tớ Quy đánh giá EVOS như thế nào?
Để boss cũng chỉ cần thôi.
There you go. There you have it.
Wasana with that M249 as well, giving that some warning.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the show. This is Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Spring 2025, and Week 5 Day 2 is becoming more awesome as we expected because of all the changes in the Booyah Takers, the back-to-back that has been done as well, and with all the points that has been gathered. But big shout out once again to Red Bull, the official energy drink partner for FFWS Southeast Asia for both Spring and fall season for 2025. Anacaster says, I'm still Neptune, the Gentleman Garcia. Together with me is my brother, Mustachio AJ.
It has been a fun day, and you know what? I said you're not going to see the Red Bull can, but I had to pop another one just now because we looked at the YouTube chat and we're like, okay, all right, Vietnam has made an appearance, right? Our viewership has jumped more than 10 times because we are being flooded by the Vietnam viewers. And the moment they showed up, I knew something was gonna be up here with the Vietnam energy today. Not just in the chat, but out here on the battlefield as well, Neptune. We've been vibing with it the whole day. And now 3 booyahs back to back, shut down, grabbed by Vietnam. Only the very first one by AG Global, and that was a massive one.
Definitely a 36-pointer from AG Global, and that's the reason as well why they are #1 spot. But we are heading in to Purgatory and later on to Solara. I guess that's where everyone is expected to be excited as well. But for the next map, Purgatory, who's leading the board? I think it is still AG Global when we talk about who's playing for today. But out of everyone in this match, we also have seen booyahs overall, not only from GOW from Vietnam, but also from Vamos from Malaysia.
Well, AG Global has been just swimming around below the radar detection area just so that they don't get caught out here by some strays. But now this is where they can jump back into the competition and really solidify that #1 spot for themselves with another massive round. Because look at the disparity between not the booyahs, but the eliminations between these top 3 teams. There's about a 20-point gap there. And there's a good reason why, because AG Global usually pops off well here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if they can get a high ground where Indu can pop off and then the follow-through will be done by the rest of the team. And I've seen before that they, like 3 of the players use a sniper and they are doing quite well in terms of elimination, and they don't have to get close. They only have 1 on the backup that in case anyone backstab them, they have a fighting chance up close and personal. But they have to be careful of WAG as well, because that is a threat that has been stopping them from grabbing the booyah from the past 3 maps.
Vietnam is going crazy in the chat, bro. All right, they're making fun of AG Global, calling them top 12, as in they're going to be taken out in the 12th spot. And that's what they're spamming in the chat. All right, Vietnam is hating on AG Global at this point of time. Let's just see if or not all this hate can result in an early elimination of AG Global, or is that going to be the stepping stone that AG uses to climb all the way into the #1 spot by the end of Purgatory?
Yeah, neither heaven or hell can save them, but it seems like I will be given a slightly disadvantage flight path, and there it is. I'm good enough with this, AJ, despite of how many times I asked. Good enough with this potential early engagement, especially for those trying to go into Forge and Ski Lodge. So I think this might be an earlier quick battle.
You think? We've already got 2 hot drops, 2 super hot drops here. As Demon will be able to find jumps. As he jumps on into it, Kuga, good trade back, but straight away with the Rebel Rush into trouble. The smoke laid out, Kuga wanting to get the backstab here. And GOW is going to be slowed down because they want to go in for the pickup. But that's good recovery, and Kuga goes 2 for 2 now on the drop. And Zenzi will be able to find the assist from afar as well as the rest of the CRM players now approach this compound. GOW, great start, but they haven't been able to take advantage just yet.
Double Vector is so nostalgic. Brings me back to 2023, but right now, let's see. Zenz with that hit, and GOW out from this game. CRM for elimination, but will need to go for that recovery now. Hans with a shot, no hits just yet, and Team Flash is just getting up on there from all sides.
Okay, I'm wondering if or not the players are lagging or whether the feed towards us is lagging, because if the players are facing this, it's definitely not good because they're missing a lot of shots. They're even mistiming some of these window jumps. Look at that. So this is a little bit of a problem that hopefully gets sorted out quickly for the players. Now Team Heavy up against Flash. Vietnam versus Vietnam. Not good! As Zom catches get nice. And Mufasa will be able to retrieve or retreat together with PLS1 far enough away.
Yeah, far, far away. And guns will be recovered as well. Jump, Mag 7 in hand. Also, the rifle right there coming from up bay. And a takedown. Quick enough. And I thought it was a Jump who will be going for the finisher. It was Dawn from the far side. And 5 elimination for Core Memory. They don't want to lose that battle. Yes, Vamos might have taken advantage from the early parts, but not today, because it is very close between them. Only 6 points behind Vamos, and it seems like they've already caught up.
The only thing in core memory for today is the fact that they keep getting their asses kicked out there. So let's see if they can make a little bit of a difference for themselves. I mean, 16 eliminations and 3 games down already. Only 13 points through placements. Core Memory, it has really fallen from grace. This team used to be so threatening out there in the past.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Core Memory, with loss of Limit 7, has been nerfed at this point, and let's see if this is something that they can change. But Cougar was able to catch up on Nero, up close and personal, but then Kang, Mag 7 in hand, takes down Cougar, and no recovery will be happening, not even a backup will be coming from Core Memory, just a revival, but they still have that 5 elimination. But for Evo's Divine, they are just trolling around, keeping passive. Hopefully this doesn't stay long, but judging from their performance, I think this will be up until the mid-game, because they don't want to be taken out early.
Let's not forget also there's a battle of points between Vamos and Core Memory. And the last time we checked, Vamos had a 6-point lead, which is not a lot at all on Core Memory. And Core Memory already has 5 eliminations here, Neptune. We haven't been able to take a peek at Vamos just yet. So I'm pretty curious if or not they have managed to put a little bit of distance between themselves and Core Memory.
Yeah, probably not. We haven't seen them on the feed as well. So that would be troublesome, especially for Team Vamos. But hopefully we will see more of a good or better performance coming from them. But for Evo's Divine, a lot more, because all hopes on them, and AG Global is very, very close. So they're staying on the edge of circle, but who's dropping in? It's Team Flash, the Zom, going solo ahead from the team.
And AG Global with the capability to third party, but somebody R wants them. And Flash, beautiful entry. ABCD M590 on the drop. Ray tried to go in here for the buyback, but no players expired just yet. Razia back up on his feet, and Flash actually pulling away from this battle. They do not want to take an open fight against EVOS.
Oop, and here comes Vamos swooping in into the open, and Evo's Divine slowly coming down one at a time. Wang En was able to take down June, and even one player, Razia, has been taken out by AG Global. So this is a 4-team engagement, and Evo's Divine is slowly losing it. Managed to bring back one, but Aim God will be falling as well. And Evo's Divine once again falling down slowly from grace.
Yeah, very smooth play. I don't know if you guys actually caught that, but the players on the side of EVOS sharing coins between each other just so that they can split up. Each player took 1,000 coins instead of just one player taking 2,000, so that one of them can play the game of revival. And that actually worked. So they did get the revive with the pocket market, and Team EVOS will still be in this race. Very smart survivability. Dude, this is FFWS SEA level. They just survived that with 3,000 IQ play. Indonesia needs to be proud.
Yeah, I mean, they won't be called survivors for nothing, but at this point, there might not be a team surviving. No! AG Global chooses to go away! And ABCD says 1, 2, 3, you're out!
Oh, beautifully done. And AG just cannot get out of this sticky situation. Dude, look at him on standby. Like, okay, come on, die. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. Buys him right back in instantly before he uses the launch pad to quickly reposition. PE Sports on the chase. CRM. They don't have anywhere else to run already as the circle pressures PE Sports. CRM with the advantage, but the team is all split up here. So Cougar's going to get caught out, put on the ground. And Dawn far, far away from the rest of his team members with 200 coins in his pocket, desperately running quickly to a coin machine to bring his buddy back.
Yeah, it seems like that is a plan. That is a plan for the Core Memory right now. For Gardu of Visakha Sriwijaya, I think the plan is just to survive because Lao Ho will be in here and they took him down. Obey that M590.
Absolutely, and I think this is an opportunity now for P90 to do a little bit of damage. Well, because both teams are.
Let's see
Let's
if
see.
they will be able to do it.
Yep, Visaka Srivijaya will be able to get the hit onto LBT as they quickly reposition. And a very smart play here. The moment they get a knock, Visaka says, all right, you go and focus on the pickup. I'm going to find the circle. And now they get to gatekeep PE Sports as PE tries to fly in for a safe zone play.
Yep, Please one though, trying to hit Wang M. This is 1v1 the sniper. BSK going against M82B, but there goes a hit against Hans on the other side, and that will be the distraction that they will need to pull away from this fight. But Vending Machine very, very close, and there goes instantaneous buyback for Team Heavy for elimination, and they want more.
Yeah, absolutely well played here. And I think this could be the difference maker coming through for the squad. If they can make this circle run without Flash spotting them. And thankfully, EVOS is going to be the distraction and get nice. Getting the catch onto Zom with the SVD.
Yeah, with the finisher. Will be done as well. No contention. Hans is not yet picked up though. So I think he is very far away after being revived and will still need to be revived. But Mufasa, very, very close to Team Flash. Death right now will need to be taken down because he's the only one going against Team Heavy. But no launch pad, no vehicle being used. I think they want to target Death. Though this is a second going to the third, but depending on the distance that they have, they might lose on a lot of resources, especially later on when a lot of teams will be waiting and gatekeep them.
Yep, and WAG finding an easy jump onto jump. That's the first elimination for WAG, but it's forgivable. It's only the 9th minute mark, and we need Vietnam to play this safe so that they can find the final circle and make this a back-to-back-to-back-to-back booyah. Team Flash, though, eliminated from the side of Vietnam.
Yeah, I mean, Team Flash is not doing quite well. 11th place for today's standing before the match, and I think they didn't get that much point as well. Being eliminated on 11th is not doing well. It is just aggression that is coming from them. That's their downfall, and they're not working it like WAG, who is just sitting back, passive from the beginning, and then later on, if they can hit the distance from the elimination from afar, then that's where they start to rush. But I think they've spotted Don already. Alan up close and personal, but the spread of core memory might seem deadly against WAG.
Coin machine outside. But what can they do? Ooh, nice tag with the skill. And Dawn quickly repositioned for a sliver of health as Joel finds him from across. The Sakasuri Vijay all Riptide Rhythm dropping the defenses of Alan, and very smart play with the Rebel Rush. Instead of rushing towards his opponent, he quickly resets his position and joins his team members. Now they've got the numbers to work with.
Yeah, I mean, core memory needs to be careful as well. Visaka Srivijaya will be moving in against them, and that's the reason why WAG is moving away. Shots from PE Sports distracts them, and that is a position that they might want to take because of the compound that PE Sports has. But this is just all compound, all areas, all the houses being taken, being leased, and not quite sure if they have the rent to pay at this point. Thus, WAG will evacuate at this game.
Wow. I mean, they evacuate, but then I think they're going to get into a tussle with Bigatron shortly. I did manage to sneak a peek at their logo on that mini-map as those boys flew in, but we don't see any eliminations on the feed, so I guess that's good. AimGod, on the other hand, missing an opportunity here up against the heavy player. And the M590 not as effective this time, but out in the open, Kochil will be able to find him. Backup arrives on the side of EVOS.
That's one thing though, if you know that the shotgun is on you, don't crouch prone, because definitely that would be the target. It's either you're sitting down or you're standing up. But Evo Divine right now back in play. Let's see if he'll survive. No! Aim God! B9 in the hands of Hand. And Coach Shield, though, despite
Oh,
a
Rasia.
potential headshot, they cannot do it. And Rasia goes down. And Evo's Divine dwindling slowly and surely. Only Ray remains. And there goes Evo's Divine. The White Tigers will be burning out.
Yeah, beautiful play coming on through by the squad. And Rasia, unfortunately, had his back turned on a P90, and you know that is going to be very punishing. Now, WAG snuffing out the remaining members of Bigatron as well, picking up those solid numbers. Bro, I think we're going to get to see Yunsul again.
Let's see. As we look in the minimap as well, we have PE Sports already waiting for what's about to conclude in this battle of Sensi and the rest of Visaka Sriwijaya. But the flank is on right now. No recovery being done. And even Joe will be taken down by that blue. For WAG, 5 elimination already. They're targeting PE Sports and Core Memory. Out for the count. The ones that they are in the challenge for today is still alive just across that river.
This is a tough one for Vamos. Ooh, the WAG though spotting out PE on top of the hill. But shots from the back double. Oh, X-Ball. 38 HP. Did manage to run away in the nick of time. Smartly played with the reposition, but very lucky as well that he didn't get caught out.
I mean, that is an element of luck right now. But for AG Global, keeping distance from the rest of the team. The flank from EPE Sports. This might be it. This might be their downfall. There goes the Glue Wall Melter just to make sure they will not be having any cover. But Chinoy, a little too aggressive, connected to, with that, the Cassie's Electrotherapy. But here comes Onyx Olympus, a potential backstab once again. So it's more of a third party, fourth party that is happening. But no, PE Sports moves away and they are now dealing with WAG, and once again, the potential denial by WAG against AG Global.
Absolutely well played by WAG, but Vamos from afar just put it on the hurt, and Onyx will finish off the job here on WAG. Vamos very sneaky, taking the shots up against everybody from across the battlefield. Heavy doing the same as well, just because they have got the circle on their side. And now Onyx versus AG. AG just has got Cypher on their side. A 4v1. Bye-bye, Cypher. Onyx says with the M590. But now the battle of crossing this river, and Heavy is waiting for Vietnam on the opposite side with a monster truck.
Yeah, monster truck as well as all eyes on them. But no, they're the ones receiving damage. Onyx from across managed to go in for the hit, but here comes Onyx Olympus going in. Hans and Mufasa, the only two players remaining for Team Heavy. There goes Rebel Rush onto Wings, but Mufasa misses that opportunity for the takedown, and he goes down. Hans as well, and we are left with Vamos and Onyx Olympus.
Is it gonna be the uncles, or can we see Conchita Caroline for the first time of the day? I will not mind, Miss Conchita. But now Onyx, as they desperately try to bring us to their host, Vamos spreading out on the battlefield. Suez still has got that electrotherapy connected. Adam, look at him. Just using the wheel of the monster truck as a perfect defensive spot. Monster truck moved out of the area. Raja will be able to take down Zairu with that distraction. Wings flipped as well as Suez hits a double. And Vamos gains the booyah for Malaysia.
And we will be brought in to the uncles as well as to Malaysia. This is for all the Malaysian fans out there who those hopes haven't died despite of how they are being brought down early into this game. And, well, I guess through this booyah, they will have the lead against CRM in that battle as well.
Hopes haven't died for fans like Delena. The hope never died, and the hope will never die. And Malaysia making the nation proud for sure. We don't see this too many times out there, but whenever we do get the pleasure of watching it go down, Vamos really, really impressive with their maneuvers, right? I mean, the mechanical skills on display this time round, and the timing was just absolutely perfect, especially from Zuez. This kid has grown so much since his debut with Expand.
Yeah, I mean, and definitely this is amalgamation of a lot of teams into one, which is Team Vamos. And let's see on how much they have grabbed from this game, how much lead they have against Core Memory, and who will be taking that #1 spot by the end of that game, because it is really tight.
Absolutely, man. I mean, it was a fantastic opportunity played by Team Heavy. It's just that on the rotation by Onyx, I don't know why Heavy did not see this one, right? Because you just had literally 4 players rotate around and nobody was keeping an eye on them, and instead Heavy was looking the other way. They got their sniper knocked down onto the ground first, and then very quick rush coming on through from the rest of the Onyx players. So that was very well played by the Indonesian squad, and Vamos not skipping a beat at all, right? Before that, Vamos were picking up a few free points off the battlefield. Other teams were putting in the work. These guys were sneaking away the points. I think that's high IQ play coming through from the Malaysian squad. But the finesse to hop on in there and finish the job on their own instead of waiting for the circle to play the pressure, that was just golden.
Yeah, definitely golden. It's absolutely cinema at this point, and I really love how everyone is evolving in this game. Now, for AG Global, I mean, they're the ones who, I think, was it this match or was it the previous one? They're the ones who are trying to steal, are the ones the first to steal away a lot of elimination, and then now Vamos, but it was very tactical for them. They geared away from the 4-way engagement from the other side of the river, and then just waited for the perfect opportunity. If someone jumps in, then they can take them out. They have the snipers to and a clear view as well onto the other side. Thus, they grab a few more eliminations. So it's going to bring it over in a bit to Vamos to hear what the team has to say to the uncles. And I was wondering who the uncle will be for today.
I know, right? We've got a lineup of uncles waiting for us in Malaysia. It's always the uncle roulette there, but let's see exactly which uncle pops up this time.
Hello everyone and welcome to Malaysian Dash. I'm Ovi and together with me Vamos Raja. Congratulations to Vamos as well to get the booyah and also making that further away from the LBS challenge with a CRM. So what do you think? How do you feel the team performance during this game?
My team doing so good today. We play so smooth and direct to objective.
Aku perlu translate dulu. Tapi tak mengapa. Jadi dengan itu juga he was telling which is good coming from Raja as well. So for the next question as well, there were moments in the final circle that had us on the edge as well, whereby the enemy's team was trying their best to take down Vamos. So what kind of how do you guys handle the pressure coming from the team as well? Jadi bagaimana untuk pasukan Vamos? Kalau kita tengok pasukan lawan cuba yang terbaik untuk menjatuhkan di lewat-lewat permainan tersebut. Apakah yang dilakukan daripada segi mental untuk pasukan Vamos untuk satu pasukan?
Kami cuba untuk reset balik sebab game tadi kami banyak buang. So kami reset balik, kami buat yang terbaik untuk next game ni. So kami dah dapat dah game ni. Game ni kami punya.
So he was saying that they need to reset again their games for the next match as well, and making sure that they will perform better during the game. So for Raja, what do you think that CRM teams at the moment? Do you think that when they entered on the 5th day for the phase 2, is it going to be a bit of a challenging towards Vamos as well?
Bagi saya, kami boleh bantai. So kami confident dengan kami dengan tim kami. Kami confident dan kami boleh bantai tim mereka. So kami cuba tadi bantai dia.
So they were saying that they are quite confident challenging between CRM as well for tonight LBS challenge. So they also tease CRM a bit much as well to make sure that they felt a bit of a pressure. So they know that they can win for tonight's LBS challenge. So for the last question, do you have any words to say towards your fans and of course to the supporters of Vamos out there? Jadi adakah kata-kata sedikit kepada peminat Vamos dan juga untuk ahli-ahli pasukan yang lain?
Kepada peminat-peminat Vamos, teruskan support kami. Kalau kami ada rezeki sampai ke Vietnam, supportlah kami. Thank you yang mana yang support. Kami akan cuba yang terbaik untuk anda. Thank you.
So he was saying that thank you everyone for keep supporting him and as well as Vamos team. So they will make sure that they will get the best out of the best performance coming from the team. So that's all coming from us in the Malaysian desk. So thank you everyone and back to you, Hyatt Light.
Well, very interesting fighting words from the player. And it seems like the Malaysian teams are very, very confident, right? I mean, questions asked on as to how confident are they to take these fights, and they're like, yeah, we'll whoop them, no problem, bro. and that's exactly what we want to hear from all of these players, Neb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, the confidence overall, just trusting themselves. Yeah, it might not work well, but there's still a few more chances for the team, and this is the reason why it is working. The confidence is also showing up from the gameplay, and despite of not having June, they still managed to win that fight. But our MVP is Suez right now with 3 elimination, 2297 on the damage, and 4 knockdowns. He is the support that is connected to their rusher with that Cassie and with that Tiva for a quick pick up, and a little bit of tankiness with that Nairi and Joseph. But he is also using that AC-80 for some long-range engagement.
Yeah, absolutely, right? He's trying to play all of these fights from afar, but in that final battle sequence, when push came to shove, he needed to take the fight. Luckily, he had the M590 in hand. The rate of fire is not great, but the shots out of that pump shotgun hits like a truck, and then helps Suez pick up the easy 2 knocks, and of course cleaned up by the rest of the players on the side of Vamos. Raja was really, really confident with his answers. Kita boleh bantai, he said, right? We can whoop them, no problems whatsoever, but if they keep this up, I am never going to question those fighting words at all. Vamos looks really, really strong. I like this version of them.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, hopefully we see more of this coming from Vamos. Though it's not so much in terms of elimination, probably it's because of distance, as well as a lot of engagement that's happening that's far, far away from them. But additional 12 points coming from that Booyah really helps boost them up, not only for the challenge, but also on the placement on the leaderboard. But having only 1 game remaining, it is a far cry from taking that #1 spot. But as we look at the key players, it is coming from a different team. It is Onyx Olympus and Heavy right now. 6 knockdowns coming from Adam, 10 assists coming from Sairu, and Mufasa with 2704 on the damage.
You cannot say Mufasa. You have to whisper it, Neb. Mufasa.
I can't. My nose is clogged.
Try.
If I whisper, something might come out.
Okay. All right, Uncle. Let's not get Let's not chase the kids away. 21 eliminations. Sorry, 21 points in total. Vamos will be ecstatic if there was 21 eliminations. 21 points in total for Vamos, and they'll get pushed down to the 2nd spot, as Onyx Olympus was the stronger team in terms of picking up those elims. But look at that. Below that, 3 back-to-back flags from Vietnam. Heavy PE, WAG picking up some crucial points here to climb the leaderboard. And of course, this is very important because in the grand scheme of things, it's also the fight between Vamos and CRM, and CRM is not winning in their battle.
Oh, definitely. I mean, Vamos is already 1 team in between them and CRM, but as we look at the #1 spot, it is still AG Global. Yes, they didn't get any Booyah, they didn't get that much of the points, but the lead is still 14 points. But it's not against BTR anymore. It is against WAG, and even Onyx Olympus managed to move up. But we're looking at a 3-way tie right now between those 3 teams, and Heavy and PE Sports are not far behind.
Nuh-uh, not at all. But this is insane. We've got 1 game to go, and it is anybody's qualifier to the finals and a 1-week break. I cannot believe how close this day is getting before we head on into Solara. And to make things crazy, you don't have anyone dominating the Solara map just yet, Neb.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a brand new map, not so much of information as well as details that can be reviewed. But, well, hopefully they can use that to their advantage, the device that you're using right now. It's Samsung Galaxy S25 Ultra that is equipped with a next generation Snapdragon 8 Elite for Galaxy processor and featuring the enhanced Vulkan engine as well as improved ray tracing technology that delivers outstanding performance along with a smooth gaming experience and lifelike graphics. With a powerful AI capability and top-tier performance, this phone, the Galaxy S25 Ultra, becomes the ultimate weapon for these gamers.
Ah, the freaking ultimate weapon indeed. And you know what? I tried it out just earlier today. I went to the shopping mall and I saw, hey, you know what? This is the phone I have been talking about on broadcast for such a long time. Let me get my hands on it. Oh my lord, bro. I tell you, the surface area, okay, the screen size is perfect for some shooters. And I think I'll be able to hit some decent numbers of Booyah with the S25 Ultra. But of course, my wife said no to the budget. So, just like, request has been denied.
Not for now. Not for now. Eventually it will come. But speaking of eventually, we have been waiting for this for so long. 5 matches already done, and the fans out there who wants to see more of Solara is going to see more of Solara. Game number 6, no more random maps. We know what it is. The only question is, who is it that will be dominating it? Because as you did mention, not one team is identified to be rocking it this time, because this is quite a new map and not so much of information, data has been gathered yet.
So far, 4 teams have managed to pick up a Booyah on Solara. That's Bigatron, EVOS, Onyx, and Heavy. And the top 3 teams are the teams that you see in front of you: Bigatron, EVOS, and GOW. You have heard 2 of those names 2 times. Bigatron and EVOS are definitely the favorites here, but not enough data to tell us that this is guaranteed, right? Anything could happen out there. It's all out for whoever who is as hungry as someone can be, and it could even be Vamos if they play this right.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you first have played in here, yes, it is like confusing at some point. New maps, new areas, even new utilities that you can use. The slide rails can throw you off. But if you practice, if you do the homework, understanding where you can rotate, how can you use all those utilities to your advantage, then you might be able to get that Booyah. So we're going to jump in now into the newest map, fresh from the board, Solara.
Final game of the day, and the leaderboard is neck to neck. Less than 10 points between AG Global, or I cannot say less than 20 points, slightly more than 10 points between AG Global and the players of WAG, Onyx, and Bigatron. Heavy P Esports not too far away from that number 1 spot if they can hit a massive round. But the qualifier for that was obviously going to be the early elimination of AG Global. So let's see if or not some of the fans here in the YouTube chat is right. AG top 12.
Let's see. I mean, WAG, though, will be in a pickle right now because apart from them in a fight or in a race for that number 1 spot, Core Memory is also in the race for points, and they will not be stopping that easily to grab all those elimination early in the game. But no, there goes Xbor, AUG in hand, and the follow-up by Allen. This is what I call backup. Even going solo, you know you have the team has your back, and now the tables has been turned.
Yeah, it looks like CRM's gonna bite the dust here. And you know what's crazy, Nep, is that CRM's actually a very capable team mechanically. But I think the synergy-wise, they haven't found the right rhythm just yet. Because individual players with skill, they definitely have that. But they don't play well like a well-oiled machine. I mean, look at WAG. The movements, the synergy has been absolutely perfect recently.
Yeah, I mean, the response rate, it is quite quick. For Core Memory, they try to do so, but it's just not showing. And it's like once they get distracted on who the target is, they turn their back against the opponent and then loses focus. So let's see if that is something that they can work on, but not for today, but for tomorrow on their next one. But for Visaka Sriwijaya, challenging Team Flash right now, and the push against this guy who is in front.
Wow.
ABCD, what? Obey is saying, obey me, obey your master, as they fall down.
Well, Guns about to do the exact same thing to Wang as well, who has the double vectors in hand. Guns will be able to gun down the final player, and Team Flash take it out in 11.
Consistent though. Consistent
Amen.
for Team Flash.
Yeah.
11th place. 2 maps in a row. That is their place. Even in the leaderboard, that is their place. And hopefully it will be a different number by tomorrow. But for Team Vamos, getting very, very close against PE Sports and now using the slide rail to get away. And we've seen from the past using that glue wall to block anything. It didn't work in the perfect timing. The Suez falls down. And I thought we were going to witness that once again. It surrounds you overall. So not any angle can be given for your opponent. But that was late though. And Raja will try to at least get 1 point back or knock down one player so that they will stop chasing them.
I didn't know you could go backwards on the slide rail, so once I accidentally stopped halfway and then I got sniped down. It was so bad. Raja though, this time round getting a headshot by Nero. Vamos with 2 more players on the battlefield, and it looks like the team's gonna survive, as the surviving member has got decent number of coins as well as an open compound to bring his players back in.
And definitely the challenge is already won by Team Vamos at that point, so there's no stressing. In terms of catching up to the points, they will need, I would say, a solid 30 points to be able to get tied with AG Global. And given that, AG Global will not be making any points, but for Aim God, making sure that he had got aim at that point with that jump. Wings has been clipped, but instantaneously being revived. On Eucalyptus is still alive.
I just learned something. You can just automate the slide rail and then start shooting at your opponents. I have always just focused on just grinding the rail, bro. And then I wait to get to my destination before I do anything. I guess I gotta change that.
Yeah, Flash Squad, that is something, especially if you have a Moko. I mean, even you just running through, you get a hit, and then you have information already. You don't have to use that coda at this point. With Nero, well, there's not so much that he can use because it's 4 players against him, but Gonzo was taken down by LBT. LBT will not be surviving that long.
Dominating.
Nope, not at all. In our PE Sports, though, not a full wipeout just yet. But about to be for one of these 3 teams here at the Windmill. EVOS joining this battle between Geo. Oh, this is one of the Clash Squad portions of the map.
It brings me trauma.
Yeah, I hate this, bro. Yeah. Stupid box. Depends on which round. If it's the pistol round, yeah, I always die here. All right? If I have an SMG, I'm probably winning this round.
It reminds me, I mean, I tried to go rush in there. I have a good SMG on my hand, and then the rest of the teams are just, where are you? And they were just on the other part of the stairs. Ah, my goodness. But well, Windmill, I guess this is the edge of our next phase of the circle, and they were just waiting right now. 3 teams in the same compound, but no one's taken out just yet.
Yeah, and this circle's not really gonna bring too much of damage, so I don't see Onyx rushing in to play a safer zone. EVOS, on the other hand, I'm damn sure they know they've got some bounty in here that they need to cash out on. Rasia! And ice grenade will force Wui out into the open, but the timing is just off here by Rasia. Rare situation, but even the Wonder Kid is not perfect sometimes.
Yeah, at some point, he is in wondering where the enemies are. Evo's Divine, Go Chill, Aim God, and this is what I'm talking about. I mean, two players, yes, you are connected with a Cassie, but if you go against an entire squad, you will be taken out. And Rasia is just a little bit too far. It's not even a spot where and he has an opening. So yeah, they can bait them out, but it's not showing right now. That communication, I think there's a miscomms that happening from Evo's Divine at this point. But let's see if this will work as they move in onto the other part.
AG Global and maybe Vamos can help end the Thai squad right here, right now, to open up the competition for WAG Onyx Bigatron Heavy NP Esports. It will be big. And Onyx, though, is not going to be able to qualify today as they get eliminated too early. EVOS about to face the exact same situation as well, but EVOS was nowhere close to qualifying, so it's okay.
And they made sure that they won't be closing that out at the #1 spot, and they will be taking out GOW on the other hand. Well, it might be far, very far from them, but the fighting is still not yet over for them. But earlier I was laughing because there was a part in Swordworks that is called the Echo Drain, another reminder, another traumatic experience because of all the opening, all the pipes that you have to go in and out just to make sure that you capture or you find an opponent. But speaking of find, Vamos, last player, was not found, and AG Global just swooped in across that slide rail without seeing him. And dude, they just spent it to level 3, exchanging all those loots.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So that's exactly what you want to do to get the upgrade on your armor, because you get a little bit more tankier out there to sustain some of this firefight, especially when you've got 32 players still alive. SJ with the super sharp shots from Joel as usual, but no knockdowns just yet. Gotta do with the reposition. Out in the open. Look at the movements coming through from these guys, man. Split second, those 180s, dropping the glue wall, quickly finding the reposition. It's playing Free Fire on a totally different level.
Dude, I mean, I got a glimpse of Razia's page, and he has like the layout of the HUD, and it's pretty much all buttons in the screen, only the middle, and that's pretty much how it looks like for everyone. So that's how it is. You need to be able to access all those buttons that quickly. But speaking of accessibility, P Sports is in an access towards WAG at this point, but because of that bounty, they are spotted. They will be watched, and WAG will be able to move away.
I wonder exactly how they deal with a HUD like that, because I just get so confused. A good friend of mine has poisoned me, I think you know who, with mobile triggers. It's not allowed in esports competitions, but I am not an esports competitor. I am just an old man trying to play a video game, and let's just face it, man, I've got big hands, and my phone screen is too small. I don't have the Galaxy S25 Ultra, so I need some mobile triggers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it reduces the time that you have to move from the edge into the screen.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just have it sitting there, the trigger. But speaking of sitting there, Steven was just sitting there out in the open, well, locked out in the open with the glue wall in there, but has been taken down. Visaka Sriwijaya, 10 eliminations already, and not slowing down. Shots from Joel to distract them from pulling away from the compound and chase him, but it didn't work that much. But Gardu will still try to go for the push.
This is deadly, man. We still have so many threatening teams. I mean, you've got EVOS here.
Yep.
I have a feeling EVOS is losing on purpose so that they can torture and they can dominate all 3 days of the final week here at Phase 2. Because think about it. I mean, if all of the big teams move away and EVOS is still here, who's going to get multiple interview sessions with Conchita Caroline?
Well, it makes sense. It does make sense. And again, there's, as we mentioned, by next week, there's still a lot of hope. It's top 6 that you're aiming off, not really the #1 spot. So
yeah,
it would be much easier, especially with how, well, probably not today, but with how they were on the past days. They were close to the top, if not top 5 in a higher percentage or a higher rate, and they can easily get to top 6. But
Yeah.
it requires you to be there every day, every game day, and at some point it's taxing, even for the players that is used to playing all the time, all day,
Yeah.
every day because of the practice. It still is taxing. It still is stressful, and if you're losing at some point, not everyone is happy with you.
Yeah. I mean, I totally agree, right? So this break can do wonders for a team. Riptide Rhythm, though, doing wonders for Vamos to push AG off of that second floor and out of their compound. Oof. But Chino is going to get caught out here by PE's Nero. PE Sports joining this battle. Uh-oh. AG down the middle as Bigatron spots them out. Hi. How is this guy still alive? Okay, down he goes.
I was expecting him to land straight into the slide rail. I think that's the ideation. Straight in the slide rail and then swoop in. But Team Heavy eliminated Visaka Sriwijaya. So last time we saw them, they have 10 elimination. And I guess it is more right now. And they're just rocking it at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And by this point, I think AG Global is not going to be able to qualify them. Look at this. Just one single survivor, only one elimination. And the teams that are capable of catching up with them is still alive on the battlefield. Well, yeah. PE is trying to take one of them out.
Well, it's not so much of time as well, not so much of real estate to work with, especially if they manage to get that revival. But AG Global, Saifa, sneakily getting away from sight, but on the other side, Visaka Sriwijaya takes down the Vietnamese GOW, and Team Vamos will try to move a little bit closer. And there you go. Didn't even spot AG Global in the corner. Oi. What's happening?
Oi, Nani? Nan desu ka? Saifa? What? Well, now you know why Vamos is not really dominating the table every day.
It was twice he checked the corner. Twice he checked the corner, missed that, or he didn't really check, but he had a glimpse of it.
See, this is very telling of Team Vamos. Checking but not checking. Boys are not even aware of what they're doing. Riptide Rhythm now breaking down the defenses of Team Vamos. And it looks like this reposition was decent under the bridge. They play this like a troll. But the question is, does Visaka Sriwijaya flush them out? Yes, they do. PE Sports chipping in from the opposite side as well. And Vamos drowned easily.
21 elimination already for Visaka Sriwijaya. Healing Pistol being featured right there by the team. They are on fire and they can just hide out under the bridge. But I think PE Sports have an idea where they are, but it is risky right now. In the middle of everyone else, still have WAG. We still have AG on the side who might be able to go for the third party, but nope, that's not it. Nero will be able to take them down. Now here comes Gardo, a little bit too bold to go and lay down a few more melters, but PE Sports is still 4-man strong.
Bigatron Delta is still alive. WAG is still alive. Quest, and there's a huge problem. Well, okay, bye-bye WAG. Bigatron Delta. How many points do they have to their side already through those eliminations? It looks like we're going to have a... just
so
4
much.
points to their side. Okay, not too much at all.
Oh, this is going to be tight. This is going to be close. And again, PE Sports, if PE Sports has the same number of Visaka Sriwijaya in terms of points or close to it, it might be their chance to get there. But I don't think so because they're not getting that much elimination. It's just Visaka who's running around, similar to what we heard from the interview. Find them, shoot them. That's it.
And it looks like Bigatron now is trying to survive. And if Bigatron can win this lobby, if they get the booyah, then Indonesia's definitely finding the qualifier to the finals. Bigatron Delta, the Falcon Hunters, will be able to rest easy here. It's just to guarantee this for themselves. And the question is, can they actually be stopped? Well, for the time. Koja? Koja Nani? He's just standing out in the open shooting, bro.
Well, let's see now if Koja will be moving. It might be a Noja at this point. Oh, now he's moving. Now he is moving. Wow, PE Sports already in the rooftop, but Bisaka Sriwijaya has clear sight, clear view of PE Sports, and this might be deadly for Bisaka at this in this game. But they're only a trio, and there's not so much of firepower coming from them. But they also have a rooftop to play with, so a lot of pressure, a lot of distraction, even as well as from one of the players who's already onto the edge, preparing for the shifted circle.
The question is, how many points did WAG have before they got eliminated? Because Bigatron just picked up their 5th. Bisaka Sriwijaya needs to end this if WAG wants to stand a chance. Uh-oh. But they go in here for the flush, and they're going to get an easy double point here off of PE Sports. I guess this can confirm this already. Bigatron will be qualifying themselves all the way to the final day for Battle Royale. And they get to guarantee it on top of everything else if they snuff out Bisaka Sriwijaya here.
Definitely, it is enough for the lead between them and AG Global. It's just the execution that they have to do. Guns has gone down already from the hands of Felix. And there goes Azrael. Only one remains, and there you go. A finisher and a booyah. And this brings us to Conchita Caroline as well as Bigatron Esports.
The first booyah in the day for Bigatron Esports, and with that booyah, they qualify for the grand finals play. You see, I think they themselves are getting that information right here, right now. That, hey, you boys, you guys qualified, good job. Crazy stuff. And the effort is phenomenal, very commendable. This is just hats off, bro, to Bigatron, because no booyah, no problem. They just kept the pressure up, circle after circle, game after game. They were finding that final zone, and they were so disciplined, right? Whether or not massive rounds in terms of eliminations, it really was not their concern. They just wanted to play for placement and then deal with whatever may come. And that was a great strategy, start to end here for Bigatron Esports.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, consistently going for those eliminations, going for the chase, even when they are not the ones getting the booyah, they're the ones in the leaderboard of that game standing. And I'm still wondering how much points AG Global got from there, because if it will be Bigatron Esports on that #1 spot, it will be very, very close, probably even disappointing for those taking that second place. But well, let's not take it away. Yeah.
Wait. I was doing all of this calculation in my head, thinking Bigatron won this out already. But I totally forgot to take into account that AG could have picked up points, bro. I was looking at AG's previous game score. Wait, Neptune, you just messed me up right now, bro. Do you know how many points AG got there before they got kicked out?
I don't. I'm trying to review that as well. So it might be a disappointment. I don't know.
AG versus Bigatron. One of them can qualify. It's definitely close because it was close earlier. And, you know, we had about like 12 or 14 point lead that AG had.
Right.
So obviously Bigatron really needed to hustle. So crazy stuff. We'll need to wait for after the interview to find out exactly what the official scores are. We'll throw you guys over to Conchita Caroline in the meantime.
Alright, thank you, King Todak. Last game of the day, and finally a booyah for Indonesia. Congratulations, Bigatron Esports! Woo, what a day, what a game. I'm here with Keong. Halo. Apa kabar, Keong? Akhirnya aku ada interview juga hari ini. Kabar baik?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Happy dong. Iya, makanya itu dia. Tepuk tangan dong sekali lagi untuk Bigatron. Okay, my first question would be, how would you describe today's competition, especially going against AG? And I will say the competition's pretty neck to neck today. Gimana rasanya berkompetisi sama AG yang menurut aku agak sedikit neck to neck ya hari ini persaingannya, dan gimana kamu mendeskripsikan pertempuran hari ini?
Ya udah deg-degan lah untuk di match ke-5 sampai ke-6.
Mulai berasa panas atau mulai berasa deg-degan ya?
Deg-degan sama kayak Dari cara mainnya juga sih.
Okay. So of course for Keong it was pretty nerve-wracking and he started to feel the heat when it comes to the fifth and the last game. But fortunately, Bigetron Esports managed to finally secure a booyah. And that's exactly what they need to exceed and to excel to the grand final. Nah, ngebahas mengenai game yang tadi baru aja selesai. Akhirnya kita bisa melihat pertempuran Indonesia versus Indonesia. Apakah itu disengaja? Apakah ada sedikit terus dan juga ngegeng dikit nih sama sesama teman-teman Indonesia supaya salah satu dari kalian setidaknya bisa mencuri buyah dan mencuri satu-satunya buyah di hari ini. Kamu mau jawab dulu atau aku translate dulu? Aku translate dulu ya, boleh. Agak panjang berarti jawabannya ya. So I asked him, how does it feel to go against another Indonesian team on the last match? Was it intentional? Was they trying to like gang up on the other team for the other countries? Let's see what his answers are. Jadi apa jawabannya?
Dari rencana sih gak ada sih, tapi emang karena kita king map of Solara aja jadinya. Ya.
So it wasn't intentional, but he just declared his team as the king of Solara. And I think that's pretty valid seeing how they've been playing this map so far. Terakhir nih kalau gitu. Lolos nih kita lihat. Karena tadi poinnya juga selisihnya tipis banget. Apa yang mau kamu sampaikan ke AG yang bisa dikatakan menjadi salah satu pesaing terberat di hari ini? Is there anything you'd like to say to AG? Seeing that they're actually one of the hardest team to beat today and going against AG neck to neck was pretty intense as well.
Buat Happy, see you to Hanoi.
Wah, see you in Hanoi, AG. Boleh dong tepuk tangan sekali lagi, Indonesia! Let's go back to the casters. Take it away, casters.
Thank you very much, Conchita, Caroline, and as well as BTR, Bigetron Esports. I mean, it is very, very close between them, and I was waiting for the standings to come up, but I guess they did confirm already that they have taken that slot onto the grand finals. But it's such a disappointment for AG Global because it was a back and forth. They did their best, but it's WAG. That's
how the
only
cookie
team.
crumbles. That's exactly how the cookie crumbles. I mean, like, because we've seen in many a times before, grand finals day, one day, 6 matches, how the leaderboard just changes game after game. And you can never tell sometimes all the way down to that final match who's going to walk away with the championship. And that's what phase 2 is like every single day up until the final week. So I was in love when I came across the rule book, and then I was thinking to myself like, but there must be a catch, right? It can't be this good, but it looks like it is just this good, Neptune. Every single day here at Phase 2 has just been exhilarating. It's been so exciting. The fans have been so excited to see who is that next team to qualify. And of course, we've got one more day. Tomorrow is Sunday. The final team to find that early qualifier will be available before we head on into the final week for Phase 2, where 18 matches, and all you need to do is be in the top 6.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that changes the game overall. You might have trouble for the past 2 weeks, especially for the 6th day. This is the 5th day that we have for the Phase 2 to get that #1 spot. But it's much easier to take that number 6. So, and we're dealing with, I'm sorry to say, but the teams that are not good enough to take #1 spot every day. So it's not a cream of the crop. It's I'm really excited on how it's going to turn up right now by next week.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, it's not the cream of the crop. You take the cream off, and now it's just the crop, and you want to just see the best part of this crop. Unfortunately, it's all mixed in, bro. You cannot take a drop out of the ocean and say it is not part of the ocean, right? It is part of the exact same thing. These teams, it's just so hard to call exactly who's going to be the winner. I mean, we all thought it was going to be AG at the very top at the end of the day. There was some hope from teams like WAG, but it was Bigetron that was silent the whole day, got just enough done with their placements, no booyah, and then sneaked away the final one just to make it perfect for their side. And of course, Indonesia has found the team qualifying, although the rest of the day, the highlight has been pretty much on Vietnam.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, three teams that has been performing so far for Vietnam. It's WAGP Sports and Team Heavy. It was very close against them as well, but it's just very unfortunate. The PE Sports, from the final moment, they tried their best. They tried their best to catch up in the point, but they have been brought down a little bit too far, a little bit too early into the game. Yes, they did grab a booyah, but it's just tough right now because everyone's getting hungry. And not literally, it's like how hungry they are to get that number one. Thus, it was very, very close between the top two teams.
Absolutely. So we've got our live broadcast challenge here.
And thank you, casters. So you're together with me, Alfie, again on Malaysian Dance, and together with me is Vamos Raja. Jadi dengan itu juga, we all know that at the end of every match of the day, we always have an interesting LBS challenge, and Vamos has to go against the Thailand team, Core Memory Esports, and the challenge is based on the overall status as well.
It's a green screen setup, and it's a very tight space.
So as you can see, I'm here with Raja, and meaning that Vamos has won challenge of the day. Jadi, apakah perasaan Raja dengan adanya challenge tersebut bersama dengan pasukan CRM?
Senang lah sebab kami nak tengok mereka kena make up kan. Puas lah tengok mereka kena make up pula. Itu kami lah, sekarang mereka pula.
Dia orang pula lah. So he was excited that the Vamos team, that the challenge is been done together with CRM, because the first time during the LBS challenge, they were the one to get the makeup on their faces. So now they got to see CRM will be doing the consequences after this as well. So apakah perasaan untuk pasukan Vamos juga di sini apabila dengan adanya buyah lepas tu menang juga challenge ini? Adakah ini serba sedikit memberi moral boost kepada pasukan anda?
Bagi kami ini tak cukup full power lagi lah kami nak buat. Ni just separuh. Mungkin kita akan tengok esok mungkin full power akan lepas final terus mungkin.
Itu saya suka sama sekali. So I was asking him about how does the gameplay today with the winning, getting the booyah on the 5th game, and also winning the LBS challenge, is it giving the moral boost needed for Team Vamos to get better? So he was saying that the team is actually not on under 100% yet, but tomorrow they will give their best and making sure the chances are maybe they go straight to the grand final, joining for the other team as well. Jadi dengan itu yang terakhir lah, apakah kata-kata dengan sokongan juga para viewer mesti sokong betul-betul kepada pasukan Vamos di sini untuk buyah dan juga LBS challenge.
Kepada yang sokong kami tu, teruskan sokong kami. Kepada haters tu, teruskan menjadi haters, sebab tanpa anda kami pun tak semangat juga kan. Teruskan haters.
Betul, buktikan kepada mereka kan.
Kami akan buktikan kepada korang kalau kami lepas final mesti haters tu hilang kan.
Betul. So I was asking him for the last question on how what is his few words towards to all the viewers out there. So the answer was, to all the fans, thank you for the support, and to all the haters, thank you as well, because for the haters, without them it will get boring during the games. So with the haters as well, if let's say they are qualifying to the grand final, of course there will be less voices for the haters. So that's all coming from us here from the Malaysian desk, and back to you for the Thailand team.
Hello everyone. Right now I'm here with แนะนำตัวทีละคนเลย
ชื่อคูก้าครับชื่อเจนครับชื่อจามครับชื่อดนครับ
Okay everyone, do you know why you guys are here? รู้ไหมว่าทำไมถึงมาอยู่ที่นี่
แพ้โดนทำโทษครับโดนทำโทษ
Okay, so everyone knows that they lost and they'll be punished. แล้วรู้ไหมว่าบทลงโทษคืออะไร
เฉียงบอท ใส่หน้า
อะไรไม่ใช่แล้วอันนี้ไม่ใช่แล้ว so they already know the punishment that they have to write the word but on their face okay let's start it มาเขียนเลยเริ่ม
โอ้ตัวใหญ่เลยนะ
เอาแบบชัดๆเลยตัวที่อยู่ตรงนี้ก็ได้ตัวที่อยู่ข้างๆได้ผ่าน
แล้วถ้ากูไปกินทานข้าวเขาจะตกใจกูไหมเนี่ยเขียนอะไรตรงหน้า
เขียนเพื่อนด้วยเอาแบบเห็นชัดโอเค อ้าวทำไมหน้าโล่งหนึ่งคน
แม่โลก
อ๋ออยู่ข้างๆโอเคโอ้โหแทบมองไม่เห็นเลยนะเอาจริง
เขียนหน้าผมไม่ได้บอก
เพื่อนใจดีโอเค right
โบ
แล้วเรารู้สึกไงบ้างที่เข้ามาปุ๊บก็ปุยยำเลยแพ้
รู้สึกเศร้ามากครับ ไม่คิดว่าจะโดนที่ผมมีอาการครับ
so I asked them how did they feel because they just got in here and they got punished ASAP okay and they feel sad like bro look at their face
And it feels
สุ
that
ดท้าย
like
แล้ว
bro
last
look at their
question
face
is there anything you would like to say to Vamos มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีม Vamos ไหมคะ
อยากแก้มือครับ อยากแก้มือกับวามอสพรุ่งนี้ครับ
he would like to have a rematch tomorrow okay แล้วคนอื่นๆ how about other people
เจอกันพรุ่งนี้ครับผม
see you tomorrow โอเคเอาล่ะมีอะไรอยากจะฝากไหมไปสักนิดสักหน่อย
ฝากก่อนนะ รอบหน้า เอาแน่
Ooh, okay. Right, everyone just gotta calm down for a bit. He said, see you tomorrow. Okay, now let's go to the highlight for today.
You'll bring
Bye.
it in. Right.
And there you have it, the result of the challenge. Well, Vamos has done quite well for today. And the core memory, well, it is quite disappointing. It seems like my first day of class. I mean, just jumping in, joining the class, and then I get punished.
I know, right? Unfortunate core memory. They didn't qualify early enough. So, and finally, when we do invite them back in here, they have to be called bots. But unfortunate for them, it wasn't a great day. But I fear for everybody else because core memory looking for the top 6. Yeah, I don't think that'll be impossible for the squad. And I think that other teams definitely do need to watch out for calling them a bot, bro. I think they are all celebrating a little bit too much. But of course, in the meantime, Kyong can definitely celebrate his MVP title. 4 eliminations, 1,740 on the damage, and 4 knockdowns in total. With the A124, Joseph, Nairi, Kairos on the active-passive combo. Arvon and the Farmers completing this MVP's loadout. Perfectly engaged out there. I didn't really see Kyong getting very aggressive, but that's the secret sauce to not get eliminated too early.
Exactly. I mean, it's more of how passive you can play and then get all those elimination where you have the perfect opportunity, and that's what BTR did from that match. But looking at the rest of the team, this is one of the team that is still wearing last year's active skill. A124 and Homer, well, apart from Koda, which is quite new, and then the Cassie as well. But so far, it is working for them. Aggression is still on them. They can disable as well as stun their opponents the moment that they rush in. And with a support like Dix, they can be easily picked up, and the healing touch as well with that Olivia. But another thing that caught my eye is that Otho at this point, and most of the time that we only see that in the Clash Squad.
Yeah, correct. And of course, the memory miss definitely does give you a little bit of an advantage, but not a huge one in BR unless you're going to be super aggressive out there, which Bigatron is not. So I'm a little curious about that pick. But, and clearly through their elimination numbers here, it wasn't a very aggressive pick at all, right, for the active-passive combination. I think Bigatron, you know, it's good to experiment before they get to the final week. But it looks like they can rest now as they continue experimenting. Because even though it was a very weak game overall today, they have maintained their consistency game after game after game after game after game, which has gifted them the qualifier.
Definitely. I mean, consistency. Even without getting any booyahs from the early parts of this day, they are on the top 3 of the board. But this is what we want to see right now. The performance of Visaka Sriwijaya, especially of Bay, 9 knockdowns, 44-02 on the damage, and we're not looking at elimination just yet. But for Koja, with one elimination with that grenade as a support is, well, it's not too surprising, but it is not that easy to do as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, with Koja getting that one single kill by that grenade, I don't care even if it's one, it's still a fancy elimination.
Yep.
So props to the guy. Game standings, 22 points in total for Bigatron. But look at this, being pushed down to the bottom here. Okay, at least just for a second the spot. Visaka Sriwijaya, 22 massive eliminations, 9 placement points for a total of 31. But of course, this is the only game where they're performing phenomenally. So that's going to allow them to climb up the leaderboard a little bit, but it's not going to get them to the number 1 spot, like what Bigatron's 22 was able to do.
Yep, and we look at today's standings. 94 against 93, only 1 point. And, well, definitely disappointed would be AG Global. But for me, personally, if I'm going to lose a match, I would like to lose a match with only 1 point difference, because that regret will wake you up. Just to
disappointed. They misappointed.
Misappointed. They misappointed their
Misa
elimination.
and Misa appointed. So I don't know. I mean, puns all aside, AG Global, I mean, too bad, bro. This is just a tough lobby.
It is. And there you have it. The first, the team, not the first team, but the 5th team that will be heading on to the grand final would be Bigatron Esports. Team of the day, 94 total points, 1 booyah, and 51 elimination with 35,304 on the total damage. A team that a lot has been done already when the first time they have been introduced, and as a Giant Slayer, they will still continue their reign and probably not just slay the Giants, but probably the rest of the team as well.
Yeah, deadly strike from Bigatron Esports overall. And of course, AG Global had a fantastic run today. They started off with an explosion, but they could not bring the consistency like Bigatron. And Bigatron was not flashy. They were not impressive in the numbers game after game. But that's the secret sauce, Neptune. To not do too much, to definitely not do too little, but to do just enough to get into that final circle, pick up those crucial points.
And there we have it. We have 5 on the board already, 1 waiting. That will be coming in tomorrow. And then after that, that's where the excitement, or more excitement, begins, because 6 will be joining us, but it will not be happening in just 1 day. That will be happening within 3 days of battle and 6 matches overall. And that's 18 in total that they will have to struggle and thrive and survive.
Absolutely. Top 12 teams in participation for Week 5, Day 3. Once again, that is tomorrow. We will welcome in yet another team, and that is from Malaysia. Expand. So Malaysia has 2 chances to grab those booyahs and show us those uncles' faces now.
2 chances. Well, we've seen the uncles today. No disappointment in there because of Team Vamos. Let's see if Expand can bring that to us in tomorrow's matches. But I can't believe it, AJ. I know that it has been a long knockout stage, but we are about to get to the very end really, really soon. And it's this excitement hasn't stopped ever since.
No. It hasn't. I mean, Phase 2 has been an absolute killer of any of the previous small-time fun we've ever had. This format has been absolutely genius. I have personally been loving it. You've been loving it. The fans have been loving it. So I think we're going to have this one stay for a long more time. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, Neptune and I have to sign off now. This is the end of the broadcast. But tomorrow, same time, same place. Don't miss it.